good evening, and welcome. Take a slow, comfortable breath. Let your shoulders become a little lighter. Allow the busy thoughts of the day to drift quietly away, as if they were tiny clouds floating across a peaceful evening sky. Tonight, we are not rushing anywhere. There are no deadlines, no alarms, no responsibilities waiting for us. Only a quiet journey through one small corner of an unimaginably vast universe, a place we call our solar system. The little star train waits silently beneath a sky overflowing with stars. Its polished brass lanterns glow with a warm golden light. Soft steam curls gently into the cool night air. The windows shine like pools of moonlight. Inside, everything feels calm. Wooden walls polished by countless journeys. Comfortable velvet seats. A small table beside each window. Fresh tea resting quietly in delicate porcelain cups. It is less like a train and more like a peaceful little home that somehow knows how to sail among the stars. You step aboard without making a sound. The door closes gently behind you, not with a loud click, but with the soft whisper of old wood settling into place. The conductor stands at the front of the carriage. His silver hair catches the lantern light. His long navy coat is stitched with tiny golden stars that seem to shimmer whenever he moves. He smiles kindly. No ticket is required. No luggage is needed. Only curiosity, and perhaps a willingness to become wonderfully sleepy. He tips his hat. "Welcome," he says softly. "Tonight we travel very slowly. The stars have waited billions of years. They won't mind waiting a little longer." Outside the window, the earth sleeps peacefully. Cities sparkle like scattered candles. Clouds drift silently across dark oceans. Somewhere below, someone is watching the moon from a quiet backyard. Somewhere else, a lighthouse sends its gentle beam across the sea. Somewhere, a child dreams of becoming an astronaut. The little train begins to move. There is no sudden jolt, no roaring engine, only a feeling, almost like floating. The earth slowly grows smaller beneath you. Mountains soften into gentle folds. Rivers become silver threads. Entire countries disappear beneath blankets of cloud. Before long, our beautiful planet becomes something wonderfully simple. A small blue marble, suspended in endless darkness. The conductor pours 2 cups of warm tea. He hands one to you. The cup feels pleasantly warm between your hands. It surprises people. He says, "How quiet space really is." In stories, space is often filled with explosions and dramatic music. But the real universe, he smiles, is astonishingly peaceful. You listen, there is almost nothing to hear. Only the quiet hum of the little star train, the gentle clink of porcelain, the slow rhythm of your own breathing. Silence, not empty, simply calm. Ahead, countless stars fill every direction. Some glow with a cool blue light. Others shine softly in shades of gold or orange. Many of them are larger than our own Sunday. Some are smaller. Many already existed long before the Earth was born. Their light has traveled for years, sometimes centuries, sometimes thousands of years, simply to reach your eyes tonight. The conductor opens a weathered notebook. Its pages are filled with careful handwriting, small sketches of planets, tiny maps of distant moons, pressed flowers collected from no earthly garden. At least, that is how they seem. He turns to a blank page. Every great journey, he believes, deserves a beginning, with slow, careful strokes. He writes today's date, then beneath it, only 4 simple words. Our journey begins here. He closes the notebook with a gentle smile. The little train continues climbing higher. Far below, the Earth becomes smaller still. The moon hangs nearby, bright and patient. Beyond it, darkness stretches farther than the imagination easily follows. Yet despite that immense darkness, you never feel alone, because somewhere ahead, Mercury circles quietly around the Sun. Venus hides beneath its endless clouds. Mars waits beside its silent deserts. The giant worlds, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, continue their graceful journeys, exactly as they have for billions of years. Each planet follows its own gentle path, never rushing, never falling behind, each moving with a quiet confidence that only time can teach. The conductor looks toward the stars. There is something comforting, he whispers, about a place where everyone knows exactly where they belong. You begin to notice something unexpected. The solar system is not crowded. It is spacious, wonderfully spacious. The distances between worlds are almost beyond imagination. Planets do not sit close together like pictures in a textbook. They drift through enormous oceans of empty space. Peaceful, patient, silent. That great emptiness is not lonely. It gives every planet room to breathe, room to move, room to dance around the sun at its own perfect pace. The conductor smiles. Perhaps, he says, we all need a little space to become ourselves. The train glides onward. The sun has not yet risen above the horizon of space. For now, it remains hidden. Only a soft golden glow hints at its distant presence. Soon, we will meet the star that made every planet, every moon, every comet, and every tiny grain of dust that calls this remarkable neighborhood home. But not quite yet. Every good journey should begin slowly. The conductor stands quietly beside the window. His reflection mingles with the distant stars. Then, almost too softly to hear, he says, tomorrow, we meet the heart of our little cosmic family. The little star train continues its peaceful climb into the darkness. And somewhere ahead, beyond the quiet horizon, a young star waits patiently, ready to tell the story of how our solar system first came to be. Our next destination, before the sun began to shine, the little star train drifts onward, leaving the familiar glow of Earth farther behind. The stars seem brighter now, not because they have changed, but because there is nothing left to compete with their light. The darkness around you feels deep, yet peaceful. It is the kind of darkness that invites quiet thoughts, not fear. The conductor stands beside the wide observation window. His notebook rests beneath one hand. His eyes remain fixed upon a distant veil of faint, silvery light. For a long moment, he says nothing at all. Sometimes, silence is the best beginning to a story. After a while, he speaks so softly that his words almost blend into the gentle hum of the train. Every home, he says, has a beginning. Our solar system also has one. But if we traveled back to that time, he smiles gently, we would find no planets, no Earth, no moon, no Jupiter, not even the sun. You imagine the impossible, the familiar solar system, simply gone. only darkness stretching in every direction. Yet, it was not truly empty. Far across the universe, immense clouds drifted between the stars. Not clouds made of water, like those floating above Earth's oceans. These were clouds of hydrogen, tiny traces of helium, and delicate grains of cosmic dust. They moved so slowly that a human lifetime would notice almost no change at all. Millions of years passed like quiet breaths. The train glides gently into one of these ancient clouds. The conductor opens the window ever so slightly. Of course, no wind enters. Space has no air, no breeze, no scent, only stillness. Yet somehow, you imagine the clouds surrounding the train like soft morning mist. Its tiny particles are so spread apart that even inside this vast cloud, most of the space remains wonderfully empty. If you could reach out your hand, you would not feel the dust. The particles are simply too small, too distant from one another. The conductor smiles. The universe, he whispers, builds extraordinary things from remarkably little. The cloud stretches for many light years. Its edges fade gently into darkness. Here, gravity begins its quiet work. Not suddenly, not dramatically. Gravity is patient. It never shouts. It simply pulls, little by little, year after year, century after century, million after million of years. Some regions of the cloud become just slightly denser than others. Only a tiny difference, almost impossible to notice. But gravity notices. It always does. Where there is just a little more matter, gravity becomes just a little stronger. That stronger pull gathers even more gas, more dust, more tiny particles. Very slowly, the cloud begins folding inward, like an enormous blanket settling softly onto a bed. The conductor places a tiny marble onto the wooden table, then another beside it. The two marbles gently roll toward one another. Neither one hurries. Neither one decides. They simply follow gravity's quiet invitation. The same thing happened here, he says. Only, he laughs softly, on a scale almost impossible to imagine. The growing cloud measures trillions upon trillions of miles across. Yet its movement remains graceful, almost peaceful. There are no violent explosions here, only an endless gathering, like snowflakes drifting together during a calm winter night. Outside, the ancient cloud grows thicker. The distant stars become softer, their light fading behind curtains of dust. For the first time during your journey, the universe feels enclosed, comforting, almost like resting beneath a warm blanket. You imagine floating inside this quiet nursery of stars. Every tiny grain of dust, every atom of hydrogen, will someday become part of something new. Some will help build planets. Some will become icy comets. Some may one day rest inside mountains, oceans, or even living creatures. The atoms within your own body were once part of clouds like this, long before Earth existed, long before the solar system had a name. The conductor smiles knowingly. In a way, he whispers, "We are all travelers made of ancient stardust." The cloud continues collapsing, very, very slowly. As it shrinks, it begins turning. At first, the motion is almost impossible to notice, just the faintest gentle spin. Yet something remarkable happens. As the cloud becomes smaller, its rotation gradually speeds up, much like a figure skater turning faster when pulling in their arms. The motion remains elegant, never hurried, never chaotic. The cloud flattens little by little, no longer perfectly round. Instead, it becomes a wide, graceful disk, a shining whirlpool of gas and dust suspended in the darkness. At its center, more and more material gathers together. The middle grows warmer, denser, brighter, not yet a star, only a quiet promise, waiting patiently. The conductor closes his notebook. "There," he says, pointing toward the glowing center. Something extraordinary is about to awaken. The heart of the cloud glows softly now. Golden light begins spreading through the surrounding dust. The darkness slowly retreats, not because morning has arrived, but because a new dawn is preparing to be born. The little star train circles the great cloud one final time. Everything feels calm, expectant, as though the entire universe has paused, holding one long, peaceful breath. The conductor lowers his voice almost to a whisper. "Next," he says gently, "we will witness the first sunrise of our solar system." Far ahead, the glowing center grows just a little brighter, ready to become the star that has warmed our little corner of the universe for more than 4.5 billion years. Our next destination, the birth of our sun. The little star train glides quietly through the great cloud of gas and dust. Everything around you seems wrapped in a gentle golden haze. The ancient cloud, once cold and still, has been slowly gathering itself together for millions of years. No clocks marked the passing of that time. No voices counted the days. Only gravity, patient as always, continued its silent work. The conductor watches the glowing center through the window. His reflection dances beside the faint light. "It is almost time," he whispers. "The heart of our solar system is about to awaken." The train circles the bright center of the cloud. It is no longer simply a cloud. It has become something new, a young object, still hidden beneath layers of swirling gas and dust. Astronomers call this stage a protostar, not yet a true star, but a star in the process of becoming. Its gravity grows stronger every day. More gas falls inward. More dust joins the growing sphere. As everything gathers together, the center becomes heavier, denser, hotter. The conductor warms his hands around his teacup. "Sometimes," he says softly, "the greatest changes happen where no one can see them." Deep inside the young protostar, pressure continues to rise. Imagine placing one soft blanket upon another, then another, and another. Eventually, the blankets become surprisingly heavy. Now imagine not dozens of blankets, but entire worlds, their weight pressing toward one tiny center. That is what gravity is doing here. Every new particle adds just a little more pressure. Every moment, the heart grows warmer, thousands of degrees, then tens of thousands. Still, no sunlight reaches the surrounding darkness. Not yet. The universe waits quietly. Outside, the cloud slowly spins like a graceful whirlpool. The glowing center shines brighter with every passing age. Around it, the remaining dust forms a vast, flattened disk. This beautiful disk stretches for billions of miles, like an enormous golden record floating through space. Tiny grains gently collide. Dust meets dust. Pebbles meet pebbles. No sound accompanies these delicate meetings. Only slow, patient motion. These tiny grains do not yet know it. But one day, some will become mountains. Some will become moons. Some will become planets. Some may even become part of living creatures. The conductor smiles. The future, he whispers, often begins as something almost too small to notice. The little train drifts closer. The center now glows with soft shades of orange, amber, and pale gold. Heat radiates outward, not enough to warm the train, but enough to illuminate the surrounding cloud. The once dark nursery begins to glow from within. It resembles a lantern shining through thick morning fog. Beautiful, gentle, hopeful. You almost feel as though you are witnessing sunrise, long before mornings themselves existed. Then, far beneath the glowing surface, something extraordinary happens. The temperature climbs toward 15 million degrees Celsius. At such unimaginable heat, hydrogen atoms can no longer remain separate. The tremendous pressure gently pushes them together. Not violently, not with an explosion, but with quiet certainty. Two tiny atoms become one. A small amount of matter transforms into pure energy. Then it happens again and again, countless trillions of times every second. This quiet process is called nuclear fusion. It is the heartbeat of every ordinary star, including our own Sunday. The conductor lowers his voice. This, he whispers, is the moment everything changes. A wave of light begins spreading outward, not like a flash, more like dawn slowly brightening an endless horizon. The young star awakens. For the first time, the sun truly shines. Golden light spills across the great disk of dust. Tiny ice crystals sparkle. Countless particles begin reflecting warm sunlight. The entire solar system, still only a collection of gas and dust, is suddenly filled with gentle morning light. The first sunrise has arrived. The conductor removes his hat, not from sadness, but from quiet respect. For more than 4.5 billion years, this same star has continued shining. Every sunrise on Earth, every warm summer afternoon, every rainbow after the rain, every green leaf, every gentle ocean breeze has been possible because this young star refused to stop shining. Even tonight, 8 minutes after leaving its surface, its light reaches Earth, touching forests, mountains, cities, and perhaps the roof above the very room where someone is listening to this story. The thought feels wonderfully comforting. The sunlight warming your face tomorrow morning began its journey long before you opened your eyes. Outside, the newborn sun settles into a peaceful rhythm. It is still much more active than the calm star we know today. Great streams of charged particles flow outward. Powerful bursts of energy ripple through nearby space. Yet over millions of years, the young sun gradually becomes steadier, calmer, more patient, just like an energetic child slowly growing into a wise elder. The conductor smiles. It has been shining, he says, for almost half the age of the universe. And it still has billions of years left. There is something deeply reassuring about that thought. The little star train slowly circles the newborn sun. Its golden light fills every window. Farther out, within the great spinning disk, countless grains of dust continue their quiet dance. The sun has awakened. Now, its children are waiting to be born. The conductor gently closes his notebook. The star is ready, he says softly. Now let us watch the planets begin. The train turns gracefully away from the glowing sun. Ahead, the immense disk of dust stretches across the darkness like a golden river. Somewhere within that shimmering disk, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and every world we know are only beginning their remarkable story. Our next destination, the birth of the planets. The little star train sails quietly through a glowing river of dust. Behind you, the newborn sun shines with a soft golden light. Its warm glow reaches across the enormous disk that surrounds it, illuminating billions upon billions of tiny grains of rock and ice. The conductor watches them drift past the window. They seem so small, he says with a gentle smile. And yet, everything you know, every mountain, every ocean, every planet, began with pieces no larger than these. The disk stretches farther than the eye can follow. It is not perfectly smooth. Some places are slightly thicker. Others are almost empty. The tiny particles drift together, pulled gently by gravity. Occasionally, two grains meet. There is no explosion, no dramatic collision, only the softest touch. If their paths are just right, they remain together. Then another grain joins them, and another. Millions of years pass, almost unnoticed. The smallest pieces slowly become pebbles. Pebbles become stones. Stones become great floating boulders. The universe never seems to hurry. The conductor picks up two small wooden beads from the table. He lets them roll together. They touch and stay together. Sometimes, he whispers, "Growing simply means finding something that belongs beside you." Outside, the same gentle process continues on a scale beyond imagination. Countless tiny worlds begin taking shape, each one still far too small to be called a planet. Astronomers call them planetesimals, little builders, quietly preparing the future. The little train glides deeper into the great disk. The sun glows warmly behind you. Its light sparkles across clouds of icy crystals. Everything feels peaceful, almost magical. The young solar system resembles a vast snow globe, moving so slowly that every moment feels timeless. Some planetesimals drift alone. Others gently gather companions. As they grow larger, their gravity becomes stronger. Now they begin attracting even more material. Like tiny snowballs rolling downhill, growing larger with every turn. Millions of years continue slipping quietly by. Soon, some of these growing worlds become hundreds of miles across. Others become even larger. They no longer drift aimlessly. Their gravity begins shaping the space around them. Some merge peacefully. Some brush past one another. Some experience powerful collisions. Not every meeting is gentle. The early solar system is a busy place. Yet even these tremendous impacts are part of creation. Broken pieces never truly disappear. They simply begin another journey. The conductor watches a cloud of glowing fragments drift through space. In nature, he says softly, even endings often become new beginnings. Far closer to the sun, the warmth is intense. Only rock and metal can survive there. Ice quickly disappears. These inner regions slowly give birth to small, dense worlds. One day, they will become Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Farther away, beyond the warmth of the sun, the cold allows water ice, methane, ammonia, and frozen gases to remain. There is suddenly much more building material available. Here, entire giant worlds begin taking shape. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Their foundations grow rapidly, eventually becoming massive enough to gather enormous blankets of hydrogen and helium. The conductor smiles. Distance from the sun, he says, help decide what every planet would become. The train drifts past one enormous growing world. It has not yet become a planet. Its surface glows faintly from constant impacts. Every few moments, another rocky body quietly joins it. Its gravity welcomes every newcomer. You imagine standing there, watching countless stars overhead while the ground beneath your feet slowly grows larger. Century after century, million after million of years, planet building is less like construction and more like gardening. Patient, steady, almost invisible from one day to the next. The conductor opens his notebook. Inside, he sketches a tiny circle, then another beside it, then 8 circles in graceful order around one bright star. Our family, he says quietly, is beginning to take shape. Although the planets are still young, their futures have already started to emerge. The smallest worlds remain close to the sun. The giant planets gather farther away. Between them, leftover rocks continue circling. Some will remain forever in the asteroid belt. Others will become wandering comets. Nothing is wasted. Every fragment finds its own place. The young sun continues shining patiently. Its sunlight stretches across billions of miles. The once chaotic cloud has become something beautiful, a true planetary system, not yet fully grown, still changing, still evolving, but unmistakably, a family. The conductor looks toward the brightest light in the sky. There is something comforting, he whispers, about knowing every world belongs to the same star. Gradually, the dust begins clearing. The view becomes sharper. The young planets emerge from the glowing mist. Some appear gray, others reddish, some wrapped in thick clouds, others hidden beneath oceans of gas, each one unique, each carrying a story billions of years long. The little star train slows. Ahead, a tiny gray world circles closer to the sun than any other. It is scarred by countless ancient craters, silent, airless, bathed in brilliant sunlight. The conductor gently closes his notebook. Our solar system is ready. Now, he says with a warm smile, let us meet its first planet. Far ahead, the smallest planet waits patiently, exactly where it has circled for more than 4.5 billion years. Our next destination, Mercury, the silent world of sunlight. The little star train leaves the wide river of dust behind. Ahead, one small world circles quietly around the brilliant sun. It is the closest planet to our star, a lonely traveler, moving through an ocean of light. From a distance, Mercury seems almost unremarkable, gray, small, covered with countless ancient scars. Yet as the train gently approaches, its quiet beauty slowly begins to reveal itself. The conductor smiles. The smallest worlds, he whispers, often keep the oldest stories. The sun now fills much of the sky. Its golden light pours across Mercury's rocky surface. Without clouds, without an atmosphere to soften the sunlight, every mountain casts an impossibly sharp shadow. Every crater stands in perfect detail. Nothing blurs the landscape. Nothing hides it. The world seems frozen in time. You imagine standing there. Above you, the sky would not be blue. It would be perfectly black. Even in the middle of the brightest day, the stars would still be there, hidden only by the overwhelming brilliance of the sun. It is a strange thought. Daylight and darkness existing together. The little train glides above a vast plain of ancient stone. Below, thousands of craters cover the surface. Some are small enough to fit inside a quiet valley. Others stretch for hundreds of miles. Each one tells the story of a distant impact. From the early days of the solar system, billions of years ago, Mercury was struck again and again by wandering rocks. Unlike Earth, there was no wind to smooth the scars, no rain to wash them away, no rivers to reshape the land. The marks remain, almost exactly as they were left. The conductor rests his hand upon the window. Mercury, he says softly, remembers almost everything. One enormous crater catches your eye. Its rim rises high above the surrounding plain. Sunlight pours across one side, while the opposite wall remains in complete darkness. Nearby, long cliffs stretch across the landscape. They resemble giant wrinkles upon the face of the planet. These cliffs formed as Mercury slowly cooled over billions of years. As its enormous iron core lost heat, the planet shrank ever so slightly. The crust folded gently inward, like the skin of a cooling apple. The changes were tiny, but time, given enough of it, can reshape entire worlds. The conductor pours another cup of warm tea. The universe, he whispers, rarely rushes. It simply keeps working. Mercury circles the sun in only 88 Earth days. It moves faster than any other planet in our solar system. Yet strangely, its days are incredibly long. If you stood upon Mercury, you would wait about 176 Earth days to see one sunrise return to the same place in the sky. The rhythm feels almost impossible to imagine. One sunrise, then months of waiting. The conductor chuckles softly. Even time, he says, behaves differently here. The train drifts toward the edge between day and night. One side of Mercury blazes beneath intense sunlight. Temperatures climb to around 430 degrees Celsius. Hot enough to melt lead. Only a short distance away, night has already arrived. Without an atmosphere to trap warmth, the temperature falls to nearly minus 180 degrees Celsius, a difference greater than almost anywhere else in the solar system. Fire and deep cold, sharing the same small world. Yet Mercury never complains. It simply continues its faithful journey around the sun. You notice something curious. Despite all this heat, there may be water here, deep inside certain craters near Mercury's poles. The sun never shines. Their floors have remained in permanent shadow for billions of years. These hidden places are so cold that water ice can survive there, protected from the fierce sunlight forever. Tiny islands of frozen silence. On one of the hottest planets in the solar system, the conductor smiles. Nature, he whispers, always seems to leave room for surprises. Far below, the rocky plains shimmer softly beneath the sunlight. There are no winds, no waves, no birdsong, no rustling trees, only complete stillness. It is perhaps the quietest place you have ever imagined. And somehow, That silence feels comforting. You breathe slowly. The train moves without a sound. Even though Mercury races around the sun at astonishing speed, everything feels peaceful, as though the planet has mastered the art of moving swiftly, without ever seeming hurried. The conductor opens his notebook. He carefully sketches a tiny gray circle close beside the sun. Then he writes, "Mercury, the keeper of ancient light." He closes the notebook with quiet satisfaction. "Our first planet," he says, "has welcomed us well, but our journey is only beginning." The little star trains slowly turns away from Mercury. Its cratered surface grows smaller with every passing moment. Ahead, another world emerges from behind a veil of brilliant white clouds. Beautiful, mysterious, its surface hidden from every curious eye. The conductor gazes toward it with a knowing smile. Many once believed, he whispers, that this world might be Earth's twin. He pauses, but appearances can be wonderfully deceptive. The golden light of the sun reflects softly from the endless clouds ahead. Somewhere beneath that brilliant blanket, an entirely different world waits patiently. Our next destination, Venus, the planet hidden behind clouds. The little star train leaves Mercury behind. Its cratered plains slowly disappear into the brilliant sunlight. Ahead, another world rises from the darkness. At first, it looks beautiful, soft, peaceful, wrapped in smooth white clouds that glow like fresh snow beneath the sun. The conductor smiles quietly. "If you could only see it from afar," he whispers, "you might believe it is the gentlest planet in the solar system." The train glides closer. The clouds become brighter, brighter still, until the entire world shines like a polished pearl floating in space. No mountains are visible, no valleys, no oceans, only endless layers of creamy white clouds stretching from horizon to horizon. For thousands of years, people on Earth admired this beautiful light in the morning sky. Sometimes it appeared just before sunrise. Other times, it glowed after sunset. Many ancient cultures called it the morning star or the evening star, not realizing both lights belonged to the very same world, a planet, quietly sharing our journey around the sun. The conductor pours another cup of warm tea. "Beauty," he says softly, "does not always reveal what lies beneath." The little train gently circles Venus. Its clouds move slowly around the entire planet. Unlike Earth's gentle white clouds, these are made mostly of carbon dioxide beneath, with thick clouds containing droplets of sulfuric acid high above. No blue sky waits underneath. No gentle rain. No cool breeze. Only an endless blanket hiding an extraordinary world. If you tried to look through the clouds, you would see almost nothing. For centuries, astronomers wondered what mysteries these bright clouds concealed. Some imagined vast oceans. Others dreamed of green forests. Some even wondered whether life might exist there. The truth would turn out to be something entirely different. The train slowly begins descending through the clouds. Everything outside the window becomes soft and golden. The sunlight fades into a warm orange glow. The deeper you travel, the thicker the atmosphere becomes. It feels almost like diving beneath a quiet sea. The conductor rests his hand against the window. "The air here," he whispers, "is nearly 90 times heavier than the air at Earth's surface. It is difficult to imagine, Standing on Venus would feel almost like standing beneath the weight of an entire ocean, not because of water, but because of air itself. The clouds slowly thin. For the first time, the surface appears below. A vast landscape of volcanic plains stretches to every horizon. Mountains rise gently in the distance. Ancient lava flows wind across the land like frozen rivers. The colors are soft shades of amber, bronze, and deep rust. The sunlight filtering through the thick atmosphere gives everything a warm orange glow. It almost feels like evening. Even though the sun is high above, the landscape is strangely beautiful, peaceful, silent, yet unlike anywhere else. The conductor quietly opens his notebook. He sketches gentle hills beneath a blanket of clouds, then writes, "A beautiful secret." He closes the page. No trees sway here. No rivers flow. No birds cross the sky. Only stillness. The surface is astonishingly hot, around 465 degrees Celsius. Hot enough to melt lead. Not because Venus is closer to the sun than Earth alone, but because its thick atmosphere traps nearly all the heat. Sunlight enters. Warmth struggles to escape. The heat remains, building over millions of years, like a greenhouse whose windows never open. The conductor looks thoughtfully toward the orange horizon. The atmosphere, he says, can be both a blanket and a prison. Earth has just enough atmosphere to keep our world comfortable. Venus has far too much. A small difference, with enormous consequences. High above the surface, the clouds race around the planet at incredible speed. They complete a journey around Venus in only a few Earth days. Yet the planet itself turns astonishingly slowly. One single rotation takes about 243 Earth days. Even more unusual, Venus rotates backward compared with most planets. If you could somehow watch the sun from its surface, it would appear to rise in the west and set in the east. The conductor chuckles softly. Every world, he says, has its own way of keeping time. Despite its harsh conditions, Venus teaches us something important. It reminds us that planets can begin with similarities, yet follow very different paths. Venus and Earth are nearly the same size. They formed around the same time. Both are rocky worlds. Sometimes they are called sister planets. Yet one became a world of blue oceans, flowing rivers, and gentle forests. The other became a land hidden beneath endless clouds, where volcanic plains rest beneath crushing skies. Two neighbors, two very different destinies. The little star train slowly rises above the clouds once again. The brilliant white blanket stretches beneath you, perfectly smooth, almost peaceful. No hint remains of the fiery landscape below. The conductor smiles one last time. Sometimes, he whispers, the universe reminds us not to judge a world only by its surface. Far behind, Venus continues its graceful orbit around the sun. Ahead, a familiar blue light begins shining through the darkness. Small, brilliant, alive. The conductor's eyes brighten. There, he says quietly, our home is waiting. The blue world slowly grows larger. White clouds swirl above deep oceans. A silver moon keeps gentle company nearby. The little star train turns toward the only known world filled with forests, rain, birdsong, and life. Our next destination, Earth, the blue home among the stars. The little star train glides gently away from Venus. Its bright white clouds slowly fade into the distance. Ahead, a small blue light grows brighter with every passing moment. The conductor smiles before saying a single word. "There," he whispers, "our home." From far across space, Earth does not appear crowded. It has no borders, no cities, no roads, no names, only deep blue oceans, soft white clouds, and gentle shades of green and brown, floating quietly beneath the endless stars. For a long moment, everyone aboard the little train simply watches. Some places are so beautiful, they ask for silence instead of conversation. As the train draws closer, the blue becomes richer. Nearly 3/4 of Earth's surface is covered by water. Great oceans shimmer beneath the sunlight. From here, they appear calm enough to be painted. The clouds drift slowly across the seas. Some resemble long feathers. Others gather into graceful spirals. Far below, entire weather systems quietly move around the globe. Rain begins somewhere. Sunshine arrives somewhere else. The rhythm never truly stops. The conductor rests his hands against the window. Every cloud, he says softly, carries water that has been traveling around this planet for millions of years. The rain that falls tomorrow may once have drifted above ancient forests, crossed forgotten oceans, or rested quietly inside glaciers long before humans existed. The little train slips into orbit. Now the continents become clearer. Mountain ranges stretch across the land like folded blankets. Deserts glow golden beneath the sun. Great forests spread like emerald carpets. Tiny islands sparkle in brilliant blue seas. Everything seems perfectly balanced, neither too close to the sun, nor too far away. Earth circles at just the right distance for liquid water to exist, not frozen forever, not boiling away. Astronomers sometimes call this region the habitable zone, a quiet neighborhood where life has the chance to flourish. The conductor smiles. Sometimes, he whispers, "The greatest miracle is simply being in the right place." From above, no sound reaches the train, yet you can almost imagine them. The steady rhythm of ocean waves, wind flowing through pine forests, the gentle call of birds at dawn, rain tapping softly upon rooftops, leaves rustling during an autumn afternoon. Earth feels alive, even in silence. Unlike every world you have visited so far, this planet breathes. Its oceans move, its clouds change, its seasons return again and again. Nothing remains exactly the same, and somehow, that constant change creates remarkable stability. The conductor opens his notebook. He sketches one perfect blue circle, then adds tiny white swirls. Below it, he writes only one word: home. Nothing more is needed. Earth formed about 4.5 billion years ago. At first, it looked nothing like the peaceful world before you now. Its surface glowed with molten rock. Volcanoes poured rivers of lava across the young planet. Asteroids frequently struck its surface. The skies were filled with gases very different from the air we breathe today. It would have been impossible for humans to survive there. Yet over millions of years, the planet slowly cooled. Steam condensed into rain. The rain continued for unimaginable lengths of time. Eventually, the first great oceans formed. The conductor quietly watches the sunlight dancing across the water. The oceans, he says, were among Earth's first great gifts. Somewhere within those ancient seas, life quietly appeared. No one knows exactly how. Perhaps within warm pools, perhaps near deep ocean vents, perhaps somewhere we have not yet imagined. The very first living things were astonishingly small, single cells, invisible to human eyes. Yet given enough time, those tiny beginnings transformed the planet. Simple life became more complex. The oceans filled with strange creatures. Plants covered the land. Forests spread across continents. Dinosaurs walked beneath ancient skies. Mammals followed. Eventually, one curious species began looking upward, wondering about the stars. The conductor smiles knowingly. "And here we are," he whispers, still wondering. The little train drifts over the night side of Earth. Cities begin glowing beneath the darkness. Countless tiny lights sparkle across the continents. From orbit, they resemble constellations scattered upon the ground. People are waking. Others are sleeping. Someone is watching the sunrise. Someone else is gazing at the moon. Somewhere, a child is asking questions about the planets. Somewhere else, someone is listening quietly to this very story. The thought feels wonderfully comforting. Although space is vast, home never seems very far away. Earth is protected in ways that are easy to overlook. A magnetic field surrounds the planet like an invisible shield. It quietly deflects many charged particles streaming from the sun. Without this protection, life would face a much harsher universe. Far above, the atmosphere performs its own gentle work. It keeps our air breathable. It softens the sun's warmth. It burns away countless tiny meteors before they ever reach the ground. So many invisible guardians, working silently every day. The conductor nods thoughtfully. The greatest protectors, he says, are often the ones we never see. The train completes one peaceful orbit around Earth. Far below, white clouds continue drifting. Oceans continue breathing with the tides. Forests continue growing. People continue living countless different stories. From space, everything feels connected. Every river eventually reaches the sea. Every season returns. Every sunrise begins with the same faithful star. The conductor closes his notebook with quiet care. Our blue world, he says softly, may not be the largest or the brightest, but so far, it is the only place we know where the universe has awakened to admire itself. The little star train slowly turns toward Earth's faithful companion. A silver world hangs quietly nearby, its ancient surface glowing softly beneath the sunlight. It has watched over Earth for billions of years. Silent, patient, always returning. Our next destination, the moon, Earth's quiet companion. The little star train leaves Earth's orbit with graceful ease. Behind you, the blue planet slowly turns beneath drifting white clouds. Ahead, a smaller world waits in complete silence. Its pale surface shines gently in the sunlight. No atmosphere softens its outline. No clouds drift across its face. Only ancient stone, bathed in quiet silver light. The conductor smiles warmly. For billions of years, he whispers, this faithful companion has never wandered far from home. The train approaches slowly. The moon grows larger with every passing moment. Its familiar face begins to reveal countless details. Bright highlands stretch across the landscape. Dark gray plains spread between them like calm lakes. Early astronomers called these smooth regions Maria, the Latin word for seas. Long ago, people believed they were filled with water. Today we know they are immense plains of ancient volcanic rock. Yet the old name remains. Sometimes, history leaves gentle footprints in our language. The conductor opens his notebook. He sketches a simple gray circle, then lightly shades the darker regions. Even mistakes, he says softly, can become beautiful traditions. The little train glides lower. Below, countless craters cover the moon's surface. Some are tiny, others stretch for hundreds of miles. Unlike Earth, the moon has almost no atmosphere, no rain, no rivers, no wind. Nothing smooths the scars left by ancient impacts. A footprint placed here today could remain almost unchanged for millions of years. The landscape is like a great stone library, its pages never erased. Every crater remembers a chapter of solar system history. Sunlight stretches across the rugged ground. Long shadows spill from mountain peaks. Some crater walls glow brilliantly. Others remain hidden in darkness. Near the poles, certain deep craters never receive sunlight at all. Inside these permanently shadowed places, scientists believe water ice has quietly survived for billions of years. Tiny frozen treasures, hidden where daylight has never reached. The conductor smiles. Even the brightest worlds, he whispers, still have quiet corners. You imagine standing upon the moon. The ground beneath your feet feels soft, covered by fine gray dust. This powder, called regolith, was created as countless tiny meteorites slowly broke apart the surface over immense spans of time. Each step would leave a crisp footprint, without wind to disturb it. Your path would remain. Above you, the sky would be perfectly black, even during the lunar day, and hanging in that dark sky, one breathtaking sight would capture every thought. Earth, not a distant point of light, but a brilliant blue globe, large, radiant, alive. Clouds swirl across its oceans. Sunlight flashes from the seas. The continents slowly drift beneath the turning atmosphere. From the moon, Earth would appear nearly 4 times wider than the moon looks from home. The conductor quietly watches the blue world. I wonder, he says softly, if the moon ever grows tired of admiring Earth. The moon is slowly moving away from Earth, only about 1.5 inches or 3.8 centimeters each year, about as fast as fingernails grow. It is almost impossible to notice, yet over millions of years, that tiny distance slowly adds up. Still, the moon remains close enough to shape our world every single day. Its gravity gently pulls upon Earth's oceans. The tides quietly rise, then fall, again and again. This peaceful rhythm has guided coastlines, marine life, and even human history. The conductor nods thoughtfully. Sometimes, he whispers, the gentlest pull creates the greatest influence. Long before calendars, people watched the changing moon. Its phases marked the passing of time. Its steady rhythm inspired stories, poetry, navigation, and celebration. Farmers planted by its light. Travelers crossed deserts beneath its glow. Children looked upward, as countless generations still do today. The same moon has watched every civilization rise and fall. It's shone above ancient pyramids, Roman roads, wooden sailing ships, modern cities, and quiet country fields. It has never hurried, never complained. It simply keeps returning, night after night. The little train circles the far side of the moon. Here, something remarkable happens. Earth disappears completely. Only the stars remain. This hemisphere forever faces away from our planet. For countless ages, no human eyes had ever seen it, until spacecraft quietly revealed its hidden face. It is rougher, more heavily cratered, older, yet equally beautiful. Silence surrounds everything, so complete that it almost feels like a living presence. You take one slow breath. The stillness somehow invites another. The conductor closes his notebook with quiet care. The moon, he says softly, has never tried to become another Earth. It has simply become the finest companion a planet could ask for. The little star train gently turns away. The silver world slowly grows smaller behind you. Ahead, a reddish light begins glowing beyond Earth's orbit. A quiet desert world waits beneath salmon-colored skies. Its valleys, mountains, and ancient riverbeds stretch toward the horizon. The conductor smiles knowingly. For centuries, he whispers, people have imagined walking there. The red planet slowly grows brighter, inviting the next peaceful chapter of your journey. Our next destination, Mars, the quiet red frontier. The little star train leaves the moon behind. Earth slowly becomes a glowing blue jewel in the darkness. Ahead, a soft red light grows brighter. Not fiery, not threatening, simply warm, like the gentle color of evening sunlight on distant hills. The conductor watches quietly through the window. For thousands of years, he whispers, people have looked toward this world and wondered if someone might be looking back. The train glides closer. Mars slowly fills the sky. Its surface is painted in shades of rust, copper, rose, and golden brown. White caps shimmer at both poles. Thin clouds drift across the atmosphere. It feels strangely familiar, almost like Earth, remembered through a dream. The conductor pours another cup of tea. There is something comforting, he says softly, about a place that almost became another home. The little train slips gently into orbit. Below, great deserts stretch toward distant horizons. Dark volcanic plains spread across the landscape. Long canyons twist across the planet like quiet rivers carved into stone. Everything seems peaceful, patient, as though Mars has been waiting a very long time for visitors. You notice the sky. It is not black, nor is it blue. Instead, a gentle butterscotch color hangs above the planet. The thin atmosphere is made mostly of carbon dioxide. It is less than 1% as dense as Earth's atmosphere, enough to create a sky, but too thin to hold much warmth. The air would feel almost like a whisper, barely there at all. The conductor smiles. Even silence, he whispers, can have an atmosphere. The train drifts toward an enormous mountain rising above the plains. Its summit disappears beyond the horizon. This is Olympus Mons, the tallest volcano in the solar system. From base to summit, it rises nearly 22 kilometers, or about 13.6 miles, above the surrounding plains. If you stood at its base, Its slopes would seem so gentle that you might never realize you were climbing the largest volcano known. It grew over countless eruptions, one slow layer at a time, without moving tectonic plates to carry it away. The volcano simply kept growing, century after century, million after million of years. The conductor quietly gazes toward its distant summit. The greatest heights, he says, are often built slowly. Far away, another wonder stretches across the planet. The train glides above Valles Marineris. It is not a single canyon, but an immense network of valleys, nearly 4,000 kilometers, or about 2,500 miles long, wide enough to swallow entire mountain ranges on Earth, deep enough to make even the Grand Canyon seem modest by comparison. Sunlight paints long shadows across its towering cliffs. The silence inside those valleys feels ancient, untouched, almost sacred. As the train continues its gentle orbit, something catches your eye. Dry river channels, ancient lake beds, delta-shaped landscapes. Long ago, liquid water flowed here, billions of years in the past. Mars was warmer. Its atmosphere was thicker. Rain may have fallen. Rivers may have wandered toward quiet lakes, perhaps even shallow seas. The conductor rests his hand upon the window. It is possible, he whispers, that Mars once sounded very different. Imagine soft waves touching rocky shores, streams winding through valleys, gentle rain falling beneath salmon-colored skies. Today, those waters are gone, yet their footprints remain, written carefully into the stone. The polar caps sparkle in the distance. They are made from water ice, covered seasonally by frozen carbon dioxide. As the Martian seasons change, the caps quietly grow, then gently shrink again. Winter arrives. Winter leaves. The rhythm continues. Even here, far from Earth, the seasons still breathe. Tiny dust devils wander across the plains. Unlike the violent storms sometimes imagined, many are surprisingly graceful. Small columns of swirling dust, turning silently beneath the afternoon sun. Occasionally, planet-wide dust storms do appear. For weeks, they can wrap the entire planet in a soft reddish haze. Even then, Mars remains calm, patiently waiting for the dust to settle once again. The conductor smiles. Every world, he says softly, experiences cloudy days. For generations, humans dreamed of reaching Mars. Today, robotic explorers quietly travel across its surface. Small rovers roll through ancient craters. They examine rocks, search for signs of past water, and help us understand our neighboring world. Though they travel alone, they carry the curiosity of millions of people. Each photograph sent home feels like a quiet postcard from another planet. The little star train slows above the night side of Mars. Two tiny moons drift silently overhead, Phobos and Deimos, small, irregular, almost like captured asteroids. Unlike Earth's graceful moon, these companions appear rugged and mysterious. Phobos circles so close to Mars that it races across the sky in only a few hours. The conductor watches it pass. Even the smallest companions, he whispers, have their own remarkable stories. The train completes one final orbit. Behind you, the sun shines gently through the thin atmosphere. Ahead, the darkness of deep space slowly opens once more. Mars grows smaller, Its red deserts fade into the distance. Yet something about the planet lingers in your thoughts, not because it is alive, but because it reminds us that worlds can change, that rivers may dry, atmospheres may fade, and time quietly reshapes everything. The conductor closes his notebook. Mars, he says softly, is a world of memories. It teaches us that every planet has a history worth listening to. The little star train turns outward, leaving the rocky inner planets behind. Ahead, countless silent stones drift through space, some no larger than houses, others hundreds of miles across. Together, they form a quiet boundary between two very different regions of our solar system. Our next destination, the Asteroid Belt, the ancient stones between worlds. The little star train leaves Mars behind. Its quiet red deserts slowly fade into the darkness. Ahead, the space between the planets begins to change. At first, you notice only a few lonely rocks drifting through the sunlight. Then another, and another. Soon, the empty space seems gently sprinkled with ancient stones. The conductor smiles. "We have arrived," he whispers, "at one of the oldest neighborhoods in the solar system." Many people imagine the asteroid belt as a crowded maze, filled with tumbling boulders that spacecraft must somehow dodge. The reality is far gentler. The asteroids are spread across an enormous region stretching hundreds of millions of miles. Most are separated by vast distances. There is far more empty space than rock. The little train glides forward with complete ease. Nothing rushes toward the windows. Nothing threatens the journey. Only quiet travelers, each following its own patient orbit around the sun. The conductor chuckles softly. "The universe," he says, "usually gives everything plenty of room." Sunlight reflects from countless rocky surfaces. Some asteroids are smooth. Others appear jagged and irregular. Many resemble giant mountains floating peacefully through space. Some are rich in metal. Others contain ancient rock. Some even hold water locked inside certain minerals. Each one formed more than 4.5 billion years ago, during the earliest days of our solar system. These are not broken pieces of a destroyed planet. Instead, they are ancient building blocks that never became full-sized worlds. Jupiter's enormous gravity stirred this region for billions of years, preventing many of these objects from joining together into a single planet. So they remained exactly where they were, patiently circling the sun. The conductor opens his notebook. Inside, he sketches dozens of tiny circles scattered across a wide page. None of them touch. None of them hurry. Sometimes, he whispers, "Not becoming something larger allows you to preserve your oldest memories." The train approaches one slowly spinning asteroid. Its surface is dark, rough, covered with ancient craters. Loose rocks rest quietly upon its slopes. Gravity here is astonishingly weak. If you stood on this tiny world, a gentle jump might carry you dozens of feet into the air. You would need to move carefully, not because the ground is dangerous, but because it barely holds you at all. The conductor smiles. Every world, he says, has its own way of holding on. Farther ahead, another asteroid rotates lazily beneath the sunlight. It looks almost like two rocks gently pressed together. Many asteroids have unusual shapes. Some resemble potatoes. Some look like spinning tops. Others appear as though they were assembled from smaller pieces after ancient collisions, rather than perfect spheres. Most simply keep the shapes that gravity never had enough strength to smooth. The result feels wonderfully natural. Every asteroid has its own quiet personality. Millions of years pass almost unnoticed here. Tiny impacts continue reshaping these wandering stones. Occasionally, two asteroids meet. Sometimes they gently bounce apart. Sometimes they break into smaller fragments. The pieces begin new journeys of their own. Nothing remains exactly the same, yet nothing feels hurried. Even change moves slowly within the belt. The conductor points toward a faint streak of light crossing the darkness. Occasionally, one small asteroid is nudged from its long-established path. Gravity from nearby planets slowly changes its orbit. Some eventually travel toward the inner solar system. A few become meteoroids. If one enters Earth's atmosphere, it may briefly become a shooting star. The bright streak someone admires on a quiet summer night may have begun its journey here. Among these ancient stones, billions of years ago, the thought feels strangely beautiful. A wish made beneath a meteor shower may begin with a tiny rock older than nearly everything on Earth. The little train slows beside an especially ancient asteroid. Its surface has been exposed to sunlight since the earliest days of planetary formation. The same minerals resting upon this quiet rock help scientists understand how the planets themselves were built. These ancient objects are like unopened history books. Each one quietly preserves the chemistry of a young solar system. The conductor gently closes his eyes. If planets are chapters, he whispers, then these asteroids are the original notes. Ahead, one object slowly grows larger than the others. Unlike the surrounding asteroids, its shape appears remarkably round. Gravity has gently molded it into a sphere. It seems calm, balanced, almost like a tiny planet quietly hiding among countless smaller neighbors. The conductor smiles knowingly. Not every resident of the asteroid belt, he says softly, is merely an asteroid. This one earned a special title. The little star train begins a graceful turn toward the rounded world. Its surface glows softly beneath the distant sun. Ancient ice, rock, and quiet mysteries wait below. The oldest survivor of this remarkable region is ready to welcome another peaceful visitor. Our next destination, Ceres. Ceres, the hidden ocean beneath the stone. The little star train drifts quietly away from the scattered asteroids. Most slowly disappear into the darkness. But one world continues growing larger. Round, peaceful, almost shy. Unlike the jagged rocks surrounding it, this world has allowed gravity to gently shape it into a sphere. The conductor smiles. Welcome, he whispers, to the largest resident of the asteroid belt. This is Ceres. From a distance, Ceres appears soft gray. Its surface reflects only a little sunlight. It does not sparkle like icy moons, nor blaze like rocky planets. Instead, it glows with quiet dignity, like an old stone resting beneath gentle morning light. The little train slips into orbit. Below, ancient craters stretch toward every horizon. Gentle hills rise from broad plains. The landscape feels calm, untouched, as though billions of years have passed here without interruption. The silence seems almost comforting. The conductor pours another cup of tea. Sometimes, he says softly, the quietest places preserve the greatest secrets. The train glides lower. One crater catches your attention immediately. Bright white patches shimmer against the darker ground. At first, they almost resemble fresh snow. Yet snow could not survive beneath the sunlight here. The brilliant areas are actually deposits of salty minerals. Scientists believe these bright deposits were left behind after salty water slowly reached the surface and then evaporated into space. Long ago, liquid water may have quietly risen from beneath Ceres' crust, leaving behind these sparkling reminders. The conductor watches the white patches glow, even after water disappears. He whispers, it often leaves gentle clues behind. The little train circles slowly above the famous Ikator crater. Its bright center reflects sunlight across the surrounding plain. The white deposits seem almost luminous, as though someone quietly placed tiny mirrors upon the ancient stone. When spacecraft first discovered these bright spots, they inspired great curiosity. What could possibly shine so brilliantly from such a quiet world? Years of careful study slowly revealed the answer. Not something mysterious, but something perhaps even more beautiful. Evidence that water, salt, and geology had quietly worked together over immense spans of time. Nature rarely rushes to explain itself. The conductor opens his notebook. Inside, he sketches a gray circle, then adds one tiny white mark near its center. Sometimes, he whispers, a single bright detail changes the way we see an entire world. Although Ceres is much smaller than Earth's moon, it is remarkably complex. Beneath its rocky outer layer, scientists believe there may still be a mixture of ice, rock, and perhaps even pockets of salty liquid deep below the surface. Not a great underground ocean like those suspected beneath some distant moons, but enough to remind us that water has quietly shaped this little world for billions of years. The thought feels strangely comforting. Even here, between Mars and Jupiter, water found a way to leave its signature. The surface tells stories written over unimaginable lengths of time. Ancient impacts carved deep basins. Slow geological changes softened some of those scars. Tiny landslides gently crept down crater walls. Nothing happened quickly. Everything unfolded with extraordinary patience. Standing here, time itself would seem almost motionless. One day would look very much like the next. One century, very much like another. Outside the window, the sun appears noticeably smaller than it did from Earth. Its warmth feels more distant now. The light is softer, gentler, yet it still reaches Ceres every day. The same sunlight that touches forests, mountains, and oceans back home also quietly illuminates this lonely dwarf planet. The conductor smiles. Our star, he says softly, never forgets any member of its family. Gravity on Ceres is surprisingly gentle. If you could somehow stand upon its surface, you would feel astonishingly light. A jump that seems ordinary on Earth would carry you much higher here. Your footsteps would be slow, graceful, almost dreamlike. The quiet landscape would stretch endlessly around you. Above, the sky would remain perfectly black. No birds, no wind, no sound at all, only distant sunlight and the endless stars. The little train completes one peaceful orbit. Far below, the bright salt deposits continue reflecting gentle light. The ancient craters remain exactly where they have rested for billions of years. Nothing asks to be hurried. Nothing asks to be changed. Ceres seems perfectly content simply being itself. The conductor closes his notebook with quiet satisfaction. Not every remarkable world, he whispers, needs to be enormous. Some, he smiles, earn our admiration through quiet persistence. The little star trained slowly turns away from the dwarf planet. Ahead, beyond the asteroid belt, the solar system begins opening into a much larger realm. Tiny icy travelers wander through the darkness on long, graceful paths. Some wear glowing tails when they approach the sun. Others sleep quietly in the cold for countless ages. The conductor gazes toward the distant shadows. Our next companions, he says softly, are the oldest wanderers of all. Far ahead, a faint icy traveler begins its slow journey toward the warmth of the sun. Our next destination, comets, the ancient wanderers of ice and light. Chapter 12, Comets, the ancient wanderers of ice and light. The little star train gently departs from Ceres. The asteroid belt slowly thins behind you. The rocky travelers become fewer. The darkness grows deeper. Then, far ahead, a tiny point of light catches your eye. At first, it seems like another star, but slowly, a delicate silver glow begins stretching behind it. A long, gentle ribbon of light. The conductor smiles warmly. There it is, he whispers. One of the oldest travelers in the solar system. The little train approaches without haste. The glowing visitor becomes clearer. At its heart rests a small, dark body, surprisingly small. Most comet nuclei measure only a few miles across, yet they create magnificent displays that stretch for millions of miles. The beauty comes not from their size, but from the sunlight they awaken. The conductor quietly watches the glowing trail. Some things, he says softly, appear far larger than themselves because of the light they share. Unlike rocky asteroids, comets are made from a mixture of ice, frozen gases, dust, and ancient rock. Many scientists describe them as dirty snowballs, though perhaps they deserve a gentler description. Imagine a frozen time capsule, sealed during the birth of the solar system, preserved for more than 4.5 billion years, waiting patiently in the cold. The train glides beside the nucleus. Its surface is almost black, darker than charcoal. Years of sunlight have baked away its brightest materials. Cliffs rise above broad frozen plains. Deep cracks cross the ancient ground. Nothing moves quickly here. Yet, as the comet slowly approaches the sun, something remarkable begins. Tiny pockets of ice warm ever so slightly. Instead of melting, the ice transforms directly into gas. Gentle jets burst from the surface. Invisible vapors carry fine dust into space. The comet slowly awakens. The conductor opens his notebook. He sketches a tiny dark stone, then surrounds it with an enormous glowing cloud. The smallest heart, he whispers, can sometimes create the greatest beauty. Around the nucleus, a soft glowing cloud begins to form. This delicate envelope is called the coma. It can grow larger than entire planets. Sunlight passes through the drifting gas, creating a pale golden glow. From within, the comet seems wrapped in its own quiet mist. The train floats through the edge of this gentle cloud. Dust sparkles like countless tiny crystals. Each particle reflects a little sunlight. Together, they create something almost magical. Behind the comet, its magnificent tails stretch across the darkness. Many people imagine a comet has only one tail. In truth, most have two. One is made of dust. It curves gently along the comet's path. The other is made of electrically charged gas. This brilliant blue tail points directly away from the sun, pushed outward by the constant flow of the solar wind. No matter where the comet travels, the gas tail always faces away from our star. The conductor points quietly. The sun, he says, still reaches across billions of miles. The little train drifts peacefully beside the glowing traveler. You imagine ancient people watching this very sight. Long before telescopes, a bright comet appearing in the sky felt mysterious. Some believed it foretold great events. Others thought it carried messages from the heavens. Today, we understand these beautiful visitors far better. Yet understanding has not diminished their wonder. Sometimes, knowledge simply teaches us new ways to admire beauty. Most comets spend almost all of their lives in darkness, far beyond the planets. They drift through regions so cold that sunlight becomes only a distant memory. There, the frozen ice sleeps quietly for thousands, sometimes millions of years. Only occasionally does gravity gently guide one inward. For a brief moment, the comet shines brilliantly. Then, it returns once again to the deep cold. The conductor smiles thoughtfully. It reminds me, he whispers, that not every beautiful performance lasts forever. Each journey around the sun changes a comet. Tiny amounts of ice disappear. Dust slowly escapes into space. Over countless orbits, some comets eventually lose nearly all of their frozen material. Their brilliant tails fade. They become quiet, dark objects, barely distinguishable from asteroids. Even so, their long lives remain extraordinary. Few travelers have witnessed as much of solar system history. The little star train pauses for one last look. The glowing tails stream silently behind the comet. No sound accompanies the spectacle. Only light, only motion, only time. The entire display feels less like an explosion and more like a slow breath. A graceful reminder that even frozen worlds can briefly bloom when touched by warmth. The conductor closes his notebook. For billions of years, he says softly, these wanderers have carried the earliest memories of our solar system. They remind us that sometimes the oldest travelers tell the newest stories. The comet slowly fades into the darkness behind you. Ahead, the sunlight grows brighter. Far beyond the asteroid belt, a giant begins to emerge. Bands of cream, amber, and gold slowly wrap around an enormous sphere. Even from millions of miles away, its size is breathtaking. The conductor's eyes brighten with quiet excitement. The king of the planets, he whispers, is waiting. Our next destination, Jupiter, the gentle giant of the solar system. The little star train glides beyond the asteroid belt. Behind you, the rocky worlds slowly disappear into the darkness. Ahead, a giant awakens. At first, it seems like another sunrise. A soft golden glow fills the distant sky. With every peaceful mile, the glowing sphere grows larger and larger until it becomes impossible to see all at once. The conductor quietly smiles. "Welcome," he whispers, "to the largest planet in our solar system." Jupiter does not rush to impress you. It doesn't need to. Its sheer size speaks gently for itself. More than 1,300 Earths could fit inside Jupiter's enormous volume. Its gravity quietly shapes much of the solar system. Tiny asteroids, comets, even the paths of neighboring worlds, all feel its steady influence. Yet despite its immense power, Jupiter appears remarkably peaceful from afar. Its creamy clouds wrap around the planet like broad ribbons of silk. Gold, ivory, amber, soft brown. Each band circles the giant in graceful harmony. The conductor gazes through the window. "The strongest giants," he whispers, "rarely need to raise their voices." The little star train slips into orbit. Now the cloud bands reveal astonishing detail. Long rivers of vapor stretch around the globe. Some drift eastward, others flow westward. Together, they create enormous jet streams moving hundreds of miles every hour. Yet from your quiet window, everything appears wonderfully calm, like slow brushstrokes painted across an endless canvas. Unlike Earth, Jupiter has no solid surface to stand upon. There are no mountains, no oceans, no valleys, no forests, only deeper and deeper layers of cloud. Beneath them, the atmosphere grows steadily denser. Pressure rises, temperature increases. Eventually, the gases are compressed into extraordinary forms unlike anything found on Earth. Far below, hydrogen behaves almost like liquid metal. Electric currents flow through this strange ocean, helping create one of the strongest magnetic fields in the solar system. The conductor softly closes his eyes. "Nature," he whispers, "still has surprises hidden where no footsteps can reach." The train drifts through the upper atmosphere. Towering cloud tops rise like snowy mountain ranges. Great storms gently swirl below. Some clouds climb higher, others slowly sink. Ammonia ice crystals sparkle faintly in the sunlight. Shadows drift lazily across the colorful bands. You almost forget that every cloud beneath you is larger than entire countries on Earth. Scale becomes difficult to imagine here. Everything feels wonderfully vast. The conductor opens his notebook. Instead of drawing the whole planet, he sketches only one curved cloud band. "It is impossible," he says softly, "to capture a giant all at once. So we admire one beautiful detail at a time." Sunlight reaches Jupiter much more gently than it reaches Earth. Here, the sun appears only about 1/25th as bright. It still shines warmly, but with a softer voice. The shadows are gentler, the colors quieter. The distant sunlight wraps the planet in a peaceful golden glow. Even so far from home, the sun continues faithfully lighting every member of its family. As the little train circles higher, you begin noticing something extraordinary. Around Jupiter, tiny points of light drift in elegant formation. One, then four, then many more. Jupiter is surrounded by an entire family of moons. Not one, not two, but nearly 100 known companions. Some are rocky, some are icy, Some may hide enormous oceans beneath frozen crusts. Each follows its own graceful path around the giant planet. The conductor smiles. A good storyteller, he whispers, always gathers wonderful characters. The giant planet also acts as a quiet guardian. Its tremendous gravity captures, deflects, or redirects many wandering comets and asteroids over billions of years. Jupiter has likely reduced the number of large impacts reaching the inner solar system. Some scientists believe this may have helped protect Earth during its long history. The giant never intended to become a guardian. It simply followed the laws of gravity. Sometimes, doing what comes naturally creates unexpected kindness. The little train drifts above Jupiter's night side. Lightning suddenly flickers deep within distant clouds. Silent flashes illuminate enormous storm systems. Unlike Earth's lightning, some of these bolts are far more powerful. Yet from your peaceful seat, they resemble gentle lanterns glowing beneath layers of cloud. The darkness soon becomes calm once more. The giant breathes quietly beneath its endless atmosphere. Time itself seems to move differently here. A day on Jupiter lasts less than 10 hours. Despite being the largest planet, it spins faster than any other. That rapid rotation gently stretches the planet outward. Jupiter is not perfectly round. It bulges slightly around its middle. Even giants, it seems, can dance. The conductor laughs softly. Size, he says, has never prevented graceful movement. The train completes another slow orbit. Below, cloud bands continue their endless journey around the planet. Storms quietly drift. Winds gently flow. The enormous world seems alive, not with forests or oceans, but with motion itself. Every layer moves. Every cloud changes. Every hour reveals a slightly different masterpiece. The conductor closes his notebook. Jupiter, he whispers, reminds us that beauty does not always require solid ground. Sometimes, even clouds can build an entire world. As the little star train gently turns, one feature slowly rotates into view, larger than Earth itself. A vast crimson oval rests among the swirling clouds. It has endured for centuries, perhaps much longer. The conductor's smile grows just a little wider. There, he whispers, the oldest storm still quietly breathing beneath the sun. Our next destination, the Great Red Spot, the storm that refused to fade. The little star train continues its quiet orbit around Jupiter. The golden cloud bands drift peacefully beneath you. Then, slowly, a vast crimson oval rotates into view. It seems almost unreal, too large to be a single storm, too calm to be imagined. The conductor gazes through the window with quiet admiration. There, he whispers, one of the oldest storms we have ever known. From Earth, the Great Red Spot appears as nothing more than a tiny reddish mark. But here, its true scale becomes breathtaking. For centuries, this immense storm has turned endlessly through Jupiter's atmosphere. Although it has slowly become smaller over time, it is still wider than our entire planet. Imagine placing Earth gently inside the storm. There would still be room to spare. The conductor smiles softly. Perspective, he says, changes everything. The little star train approaches carefully. The storm does not resemble a violent hurricane. Instead, It looks like a vast whirlpool painted across endless clouds. Bands of crimson, brick red, soft orange, cream, and pale gold swirl together in graceful curves. Each cloud flows around another. Nothing appears rushed. Nothing appears angry. From this distance, the great red spot resembles an enormous brushstroke upon Jupiter's canvas, a masterpiece painted by wind itself. The conductor opens his notebook. He slowly draws a spiral, round and round, until it fills the page. Nature, he whispers, sometimes signs its own artwork. The winds inside the great red spot are astonishingly fast. Some reach more than 400 miles per hour, or about 640 kilometers per hour. Yet there is no sound. No roaring thunder reaches your ears. Only silent motion. The clouds continue their endless dance beneath the quiet sunlight. It feels almost impossible. A storm so powerful, appearing so peaceful. The conductor nods gently. Power, he whispers, does not always arrive with noise. Scientists have watched this giant storm for hundreds of years. The earliest observations may date back to the 1600s. Generation after generation of astronomers looked through different telescopes. Yet the great oval remained. It has endured while kingdoms rose and fell, while sailing ships crossed Earth's oceans, while airplanes, satellites, and space probes were invented. The storm simply kept turning, patiently, faithfully, almost as though time itself moved differently here. The little train circles the edge of the crimson vortex. Clouds slowly rise, then sink again. Different layers slide across one another. Some streams feed the storm. Others quietly leave it. Everything remains in motion. Yet somehow, the entire structure stays together. Scientists continue studying exactly how this remarkable storm has survived for so long. Even today, it still holds a few gentle mysteries. The conductor smiles. I rather like that. He whispers, the universe always keeps a few secrets. Sunlight falls softly across the swirling clouds. The colors slowly change as the light shifts. Sometimes the storm appears deep red, other times orange or pale salmon. Exactly why it has these beautiful colors is still being investigated. Sunlight, complex chemicals, and Jupiter's upper atmosphere likely work together to create the changing shades. Like an artist adjusting colors throughout the day, the painting is never exactly the same twice. Far above the storm, the little star train floats peacefully. You imagine drifting here for hours, watching the endless spiral below. There is something strangely soothing about motion that never seems to end, like waves rolling gently onto a quiet shore, or clouds crossing an afternoon sky. The storm continues turning, not because it is trying to go somewhere, but because turning has become its natural rhythm. The conductor pours one final cup of tea. Steam curls gently upward. It reminds me, he says softly, that even storms can become part of a world's peaceful heartbeat. As the train slowly rises, the great red spot becomes smaller once again. Soon, it blends back into Jupiter's colorful cloud bands. Another beautiful detail within an already magnificent giant. Yet your thoughts remain with the ancient vortex, a storm that has survived for centuries, quietly teaching patience through constant motion. The conductor closes his notebook. The great red spot, he whispers, shows us that even the longest storms eventually become part of a larger story. The little star train gently leaves the crimson giant behind. Ahead, for brilliant lights travel around Jupiter like graceful dancers. Each is a remarkable world of its own. One glows with brilliant yellows. Another hides a vast ocean beneath ice. Another is larger than the planet Mercury itself. The conductor smiles warmly. Our journey, he says, is about to meet an extraordinary family. The nearest moon slowly grows larger through the window. Its colorful surface shines beneath the distant sun. Our next destination, Io, the living world of fire. The little star train gently leaves the great red spot behind. Jupiter's colorful cloud bands slowly drift beneath you. Ahead, a small golden moon begins to glow. It is unlike anything you have seen before. No icy white surface, no quiet gray craters. Instead, the moon is painted with shades of yellow, orange, cream, and deep black. It almost resembles a beautiful watercolor. The conductor smiles knowingly. This, he whispers, is the most volcanically active world in the entire solar system. The train approaches slowly. From a distance, Io appears peaceful. Its smooth plains stretch toward the horizon. Bright colors cover the landscape like delicate brushstrokes. Yet beneath this quiet beauty, the moon is constantly changing. More than 400 active volcanoes have been discovered here. Some erupt so powerfully, their plumes rise hundreds of miles above the surface. The conductor gazes quietly through the window. Sometimes, he says softly, the calmest view hides the busiest heart. Unlike Earth's volcanoes, Io's fiery activity is not driven by drifting tectonic plates. Instead, it comes from an invisible dance with Jupiter. As Io circles the giant planet, Jupiter's immense gravity gently squeezes the little moon. Again and again, the pull is never perfectly steady. The moon stretches slightly, then relaxes over countless orbits. That gentle flexing creates enormous heat deep inside. Rock melts. Pressure slowly builds. Eventually, volcanoes awaken. The conductor folds his hands together. A quiet rhythm, he whispers, can create remarkable energy. The little star train drifts above one enormous volcanic plain. Far below, a glowing river winds across the dark landscape. Molten rock slowly flows through ancient channels. The lava here can become even hotter than many lava flows on Earth. Some scientists estimate temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 1,100 degrees Celsius. Yet from your peaceful window, the glowing rivers resemble delicate ribbons of amber light. No roaring reaches your ears. Only silence, only light, only motion. The conductor opens his notebook. He draws a tiny flame, then surrounds it with a peaceful circle. Fire, he whispers, does not always disturb the silence. Towering volcanic plumes rise gracefully into the black sky, without a thick atmosphere to scatter them. The giant fountains of gas and dust form elegant umbrella shapes. They slowly spread outward, then drift gently back onto the surface, layer after layer. These colorful deposits repaint the moon. Yellow sulfur, red sulfur compounds, dark volcanic ash. Io is constantly creating a new landscape, a world that quietly paints itself. Standing upon Io would feel very different from standing on Earth. Gravity is gentle, only about 1/5 as strong. You would weigh much less. The sky would remain perfectly black. Jupiter would dominate the heavens. It would appear enormous, nearly 20 times wider than Earth's moon appears from home. Its striped clouds would slowly drift across the sky, a silent giant, watching over its fiery companion. The conductor smiles. "I don't think," he whispers, "anyone could ever grow tired of that view." Unlike many moons, Io has almost no impact craters, not because meteorites avoid it, but because the surface is constantly renewed. Fresh lava slowly covers older scars. Ancient craters disappear beneath newer rock. The moon quietly heals itself. Again and again, few places in the solar system change so quickly. Yet even constant change feels strangely peaceful here. As the little train circles higher, you notice soft wisps surrounding the moon. Io possesses an extremely thin atmosphere. It is made mostly of sulfur dioxide. During daylight, the warmth of the sun releases frozen gases from the surface. When night falls, much of that atmosphere gently freezes again. The moon quite literally breathes with the rhythm of day and night. The conductor nods thoughtfully. "Every world," he whispers, "has its own way of breathing." Jupiter's powerful magnetic field sweeps past Io continuously. Tiny charged particles race through space. As they interact with gases escaping from the moon, they create an invisible connection between moon and planet. Io quietly supplies material that helps shape giant clouds of charged particles around Jupiter. Even this small moon contributes to something far larger than itself. The conductor smiles warmly. "No member of a family," he says softly, "is ever truly insignificant." The little star train completes one gentle orbit. Behind you, golden plains, dark lava lakes, and towering volcanic plumes slowly disappear into the distance. Io remains alive, restless, always changing, yet somehow never feeling hurried. Its fiery heart continues beating beneath the silent stars, a reminder that even in the coldest reaches of space, some worlds still carry incredible warmth within. The conductor closes his notebook with quiet care. "Io," he whispers, "teaches us that even fire can become part of a peaceful story." The little star train gently turns toward another moon. This one glows pale beneath the distant sun. Its frozen shell shines like polished ice. Beneath that quiet surface, scientists believe something extraordinary may be waiting. An immense hidden ocean, perhaps one of the most promising places to search for life beyond Earth. The conductor's voice grows even softer. "Now," he whispers, "we visit a world that keeps its greatest secret beneath the ice. Our next destination, Europa, the hidden ocean beneath the ice." The little star train quietly leaves fiery Io behind. Its glowing volcanoes slowly fade into the distance. Ahead, another moon rises from Jupiter's shadow. This one is completely different. Soft white, pale blue, smooth as polished marble. Fine reddish lines gently weave across its frozen face. The conductor smiles warmly. "Welcome," he whispers, "to Europa, a world where the greatest mysteries lie beneath the surface." From afar, Europa appears peaceful beyond words. Sunlight glides across its icy shell. The frozen plains shine with a gentle silver glow. There are almost no towering mountains, very few deep craters. Instead, the landscape is covered by graceful cracks and winding ridges. They stretch for thousands of miles, crossing one another like delicate brushstrokes on fine porcelain. Nothing about the moon feels harsh. It seems calm, patient, almost asleep. The conductor pours another cup of tea. Sometimes, he says softly, the quietest surface hides the busiest world. The little star train slips into orbit. Now the reddish lines become clearer. These long fractures formed as Europa's icy shell slowly shifted and flexed. Jupiter's enormous gravity gently pulls on the moon, just as it does with Io. But instead of creating endless volcanoes, Europa's outer ice spins ever so slightly. Tiny cracks open, some close again. Others fill with fresh ice. Over immense spans of time, the surface quietly renews itself. It is almost as though the moon breathes beneath its frozen skin. The conductor opens his notebook. He sketches a smooth white circle, then gently draws thin reddish lines across it. A scar, he whispers, can also become a beautiful pattern. Scientists believe Europa's icy shell may be only several miles thick in some places. Beneath it, something extraordinary may exist. A global ocean, not a small lake, not scattered pools, but an immense ocean covering nearly the entire moon. Some estimates suggest it may contain more liquid water than all of Earth's oceans combined. The thought feels almost impossible. An ocean hidden beneath miles of silent ice. Far from the warmth of the sun, you imagine floating above that unseen sea. Dark, silent, endless. No sunlight reaches those waters. Yet deep below, heat from Europa's interior may gently warm the ocean floor. On Earth, similar environments around deep-sea hydrothermal vents support remarkable communities of life. Tiny organisms flourish without sunlight, living instead on chemical energy rising from beneath the rocks. Could something similar exist inside Europa? No one knows. The conductor smiles softly, and that, he whispers, makes wonder possible. The little star train drifts lower. Huge blocks of ice appear scattered across the surface. Some look as though giant frozen rafts drifted apart, then slowly froze together again. The patterns resemble floating sea ice on Earth's polar oceans. Only here, everything happened on an unimaginably larger scale. Each frozen puzzle piece quietly hints at movement below. The moon seems eager to tell its story, yet never speaks aloud. Jupiter hangs above Europa like an enormous striped lantern. It dominates the black sky. Its colorful cloud bands slowly rotate. Its giant presence gently shapes every day of Europa's existence. The tides inside the hidden ocean rise and fall, not because of a nearby moon, but because of Jupiter itself. Even beneath miles of ice, the water never remains perfectly still. It slowly moves, patiently, forever. The conductor nods thoughtfully. Even hidden oceans, he whispers, continue dancing. Unlike Io, Europa has very little atmosphere. Only an incredibly thin veil of oxygen surrounds the moon, far too thin for breathing. Yet its existence reminds scientists that sunlight and energetic particles constantly interact with the frozen surface. Tiny molecules escape, others freeze once more. The moon quietly exchanges matter with space itself. Nothing is entirely isolated. Even silence has conversations. Far below, the ice reflects soft blue light. The little star train glides over broad frozen plains where ancient impacts have nearly vanished. Europa's youthful surface tells a remarkable story. Old scars disappear as fresh ice slowly reshapes the landscape. Compared with many worlds, Europa wears surprisingly few signs of age. It quietly renews itself, again and again, like fresh snow covering yesterday's footprints. The conductor closes his eyes for a moment. Imagine, he whispers, an ocean that has never seen the sunrise. A sea that has waited billions of years beneath its blanket of ice. The thought feels strangely peaceful, not lonely, simply patient. For decades, spacecraft have flown past Europa. Each mission has revealed another clue, another crack, another pattern, another reason to wonder what lies below. Future explorers may someday study this hidden ocean more closely. Perhaps one day, humanity will learn whether Europa's quiet sea has remained completely empty, or whether it has been gently nurturing life all along. Until then, the mystery remains beautifully unfinished. The little star train completes one final orbit. The frozen moon slowly drifts behind you. Its smooth white shell continues reflecting the distant sunlight. Its hidden ocean remains tucked safely beneath layers of ancient ice. Some secrets, it seems, are worth keeping for a little while longer. The conductor closes his notebook with quiet satisfaction. Europa, he whispers, reminds us that the most extraordinary discoveries are sometimes hidden beneath the simplest surface. Ahead, another moon slowly grows larger. It shines with quiet confidence, larger than the planet Mercury, marked by bright ice and darker ancient regions. The largest moon in the solar system now waits peacefully beyond Europa. The conductor smiles. Our next destination, he whispers, Ganymede, the gentle giant among moons. The little star train quietly leaves Europa behind. Its frozen shell slowly fades beneath Jupiter's brilliant glow. Ahead, another moon rises into view. Larger, brighter, more majestic. It turns slowly in the distant sunlight. Calm and unhurried, the conductor smiles warmly. Here, he whispers, is the largest moon in the entire solar system. This is Ganymede. As the train glides closer, its immense size becomes almost impossible to grasp. Ganymede is even larger than the planet Mercury. If it orbited the Sun by itself, you might easily mistake it for a small planet. Yet it faithfully circles Jupiter, one quiet companion among many. The conductor gazes thoughtfully through the window. Size, he says softly, doesn't always determine your title. The moon's surface slowly comes into focus. Bright icy regions stretch across the landscape. Darker areas rest beside them like ancient memories. Long ridges, gentle grooves, and broad plains create graceful patterns that seem to ripple across the world. It almost resembles flowing wood grain carved into polished stone. Nothing appears sharp or violent. Everything has softened with time. Billions of years have quietly shaped this remarkable moon. The conductor opens his notebook. He sketches gentle curved lines across a circle. Even time, he whispers, can become an artist. The darker regions are among the oldest landscapes in the solar system. They have quietly endured for billions of years. Countless impacts left their marks upon them. Nearby, the lighter regions appear younger. Long ago, the icy crust slowly shifted and fractured. Fresh ice rose from below, creating broad bands that gently reshaped parts of the surface. Unlike Earth's restless continents, everything happened very slowly, patiently, almost beyond imagination. The little star train drifts lower. Sunlight glimmers across ancient ice. Tiny crystals reflect soft golden light into space. The surface feels peaceful, almost silent enough to hear your own thoughts. No winds disturb the frozen plains. No rivers carve fresh valleys. Only endless stillness, stretching toward every horizon. The conductor smiles. Silence, he whispers, can sometimes become the greatest landscape. Beneath the frozen shell, scientists believe Ganymede may hide something extraordinary. Several layers of underground oceans, separated by enormous sheets of ice. These hidden seas rest deep below the surface, far beyond the reach of sunlight. No one has ever seen them directly, yet careful measurements suggest they may quietly exist. The thought feels wonderfully mysterious. Entire oceans, sleeping beneath miles of ancient ice. Ganymede possesses another remarkable surprise. It is the only moon known to generate its own magnetic field. Deep within, a liquid metallic core slowly moves. Those motions create an invisible magnetic shield surrounding the moon. Tiny charged particles streaming from Jupiter encounter this protective bubble. Invisible auroras shimmer near the poles, graceful curtains of light, far beyond anything visible to human eyes alone. The conductor quietly watches Jupiter hanging above. Even small worlds, he whispers, can protect themselves. The little star train circles toward the night side. Jupiter fills half the sky. Its glowing cloud bands slowly rotate overhead. From Ganymede, the giant planet appears magnificent, not frightening, simply enormous. Its colorful atmosphere reflects faint light across the frozen moon. Even night here never feels completely dark. The gentle glow of Jupiter quietly accompanies every evening. Gravity on Ganymede is gentle, only about 1/7 as strong as Earth's. Walking here would feel light, graceful, almost effortless. Each step would carry you farther than expected, yet the ancient ground would remain perfectly still beneath your feet. The frozen world has waited billions of years. A few footsteps would hardly disturb its remarkable patience. The conductor pours another cup of tea. Steam rises quietly through the cabin. You know, he says softly, I like Ganymede. It never asks to be the center of attention. It simply becomes extraordinary by being itself. Spacecraft have flown past this giant moon, returning remarkable photographs. Each image revealed another beautiful detail, another ancient groove, another frozen plain, another clue hidden beneath the ice. Even after decades of exploration, Ganymede continues offering gentle mysteries. It never seems eager to reveal everything at once. Some stories, it prefers telling slowly. The little star train completes one peaceful orbit. Behind you, the largest moon in the solar system quietly continues its endless journey around Jupiter. Its hidden oceans remain safely tucked beneath the ice. Its invisible magnetic field continues its silent work. Its ancient surface patiently reflects the distant sunlight. The conductor closes his notebook with quiet satisfaction. Ganymede, he whispers, shows us that greatness doesn't need to announce itself. Sometimes, the largest hearts are also the calmest. The little star trained gently turns once more. Ahead, another moon begins to emerge from Jupiter's shadow. Its icy face is darker, older, more heavily scarred by time. Ancient craters blanket nearly every horizon. It has witnessed almost the entire history of the solar system. The conductor smiles gently. Our next destination, he whispers, Callisto, the ancient keeper of time. The little star train quietly departs from Ganymede. The largest moon slowly slips into the distance. Ahead, a darker world patiently waits. Its surface does not shine like Europa. It does not glow with volcanoes like Io. It carries no enormous hidden magnetic shield like Ganymede. Instead, it offers something quieter, something older. The conductor smiles gently. Every family, he whispers, has a wise elder. This is Callisto. As the train glides closer, the moon's ancient face slowly comes into focus. Everywhere you look, there are craters, large ones, small ones, countless overlapping circles stretching to every horizon. Each impact tells a story. Each scar marks another chapter in an unimaginably long history. Few places in the solar system have remained so unchanged for so long. The conductor gazes silently through the window. Some worlds, he says softly, remember everything, unlike its neighboring moons. Callisto has experienced very little geological activity. No great volcanoes reshape its surface. No shifting ice quietly erases old scars. For billions of years, it has simply remained, patient, still, watching the solar system grow older. Every asteroid strike, every passing age, has gently written another page into its frozen diary. The little star train drifts lower. The surface appears surprisingly beautiful. Soft shades of gray, silver, and pale brown blend together beneath the distant sunlight. Bright rays spread outward from younger impact craters. Older scars have softened over time. Their sharp edges gradually faded beneath countless tiny impacts. The landscape feels less like destruction and more like memory. The conductor quietly opens his notebook. He sketches a circle, then another, and another, until the entire page becomes filled with overlapping rings. Time, he whispers, leaves gentle fingerprints. Far below, an enormous structure slowly comes into view. Its rings spread across hundreds of miles, then thousands. This is Valhalla, one of the largest impact structures in the solar system. At its center lies an ancient crater. Around it, concentric rings ripple outward like gentle circles spreading across a quiet pond. Except these ripples are frozen into rock and ice. They have remained here for perhaps billions of years. The sight feels strangely peaceful. A single ancient moment, still visible after unimaginable ages. The conductor smiles softly. When a pebble falls into a pond, he whispers, the ripples soon disappear. But here, the universe remembered them. Scientists believe Callisto is made from a mixture of rock and ice. deep beneath its scarred surface. There may even be a salty underground ocean. If it exists, it rests far below thick layers of ancient ice. Unlike Europa's hidden sea, this ocean would likely remain isolated from the rocky interior, a quiet reservoir, sleeping deep beneath one of the oldest landscapes ever seen. Even here, the universe still leaves room for gentle mystery. The little star train circles slowly across the moon's endless horizon. There is almost no atmosphere. No clouds drift overhead. No winds reshape the land. Nothing disturbs the silence. The stars remain perfectly steady above. Jupiter hangs nearby, brilliant and immense. Its colorful cloud bands slowly rotate against the darkness. From Callisto, the giant planet feels less overwhelming, more like a familiar companion, always present in the sky. Gravity here is gentle, only about 1/8 of Earth's. A slow walk across the frozen plains would feel almost dreamlike. Each careful step would carry you farther than expected. Your footprints might remain for millions of years, perhaps longer, without wind or flowing water. Very little would erase them. The conductor looks thoughtfully toward the quiet surface. Some places, he whispers, hold on to every goodbye. For scientists, Callisto is more than an ancient moon. It is a remarkable archive because its surface has changed so little. It preserves a record of countless impacts from the early solar system. Studying Callisto helps us understand what many other worlds may have looked like billions of years ago, before time reshaped them. It is almost like opening the oldest book in an immense cosmic library. Each crater becomes another sentence. Each basin, another chapter. The conductor closes his eyes for a quiet moment. If the universe had a historian, he whispers, I think it would live here. The little star train completes one final orbit. The ancient moon slowly slips behind you. Its countless craters continue silently collecting starlight. Its frozen plains remain exactly where they have rested for billions of years. Nothing asks for attention. Nothing rushes to change. Callisto simply continues being what it has always been. Patient, steady, timeless. The conductor gently closes his notebook. Callisto, he whispers, reminds us that age is not measured by wrinkles, but by the stories quietly carried through time. Ahead, Jupiter's family of moons slowly falls behind. The enormous planet itself begins to shrink in the distance. Far beyond, a new giant slowly emerges from the darkness. Golden light catches something extraordinary, not the planet itself, but an immense circle surrounding it. Countless billions of tiny pieces of ice begin to sparkle like floating diamonds beneath the distant sun. The conductor's eyes brighten with quiet wonder. Our next destination, he whispers, Saturn, the Lord of the Rings. The little star train quietly leaves Jupiter behind. The giant planet slowly grows smaller. Its colorful cloud bands fade into the darkness. The family of remarkable moons follows along, until they too become distant points of light. Ahead, another golden world begins to rise. At first, you notice something unusual, not the planet itself, but a delicate circle surrounding it. A thin band of light, then another, then countless more. The conductor smiles with quiet delight. There, he whispers, the most graceful jewel of our solar system. As the train glides closer, the rings become almost impossibly beautiful. They seem solid from a distance, like one enormous shining disk. But appearances can be wonderfully deceptive. The rings are not one single object. They are made of countless pieces of ice, mixed with smaller amounts of rock and dust. Some fragments are no larger than tiny grains of sand. Others are as large as houses. Each quietly circles Saturn, together creating one of the most magnificent sights in space. The conductor gazes silently through the window. Beauty, he whispers, is often made from countless small things working together. The planet itself slowly turns beneath the glowing rings. Its colors are softer than Jupiter's. Warm gold, pale honey, gentle cream, hints of silver. The cloud bands are smooth and delicate. Everything feels calm, elegant, almost dreamlike. The distant sunlight wraps Saturn in a warm glow that seems almost impossible to describe. It feels less like looking at a planet, and more like admiring a work of art. The conductor opens his notebook. Instead of drawing details, he simply sketches a circle, then surrounds it with one graceful ring. He smiles. Sometimes, he whispers. The simplest shapes become the most unforgettable. Saturn is enormous. It is the second largest planet in the solar system. More than 760 Earths could fit inside its volume. Yet despite its tremendous size, Saturn is surprisingly light for a giant planet. If there were an unimaginably large ocean big enough to hold it, Saturn's average density is so low that, in theory, it would float. Of course, such an ocean could never exist. But the idea itself feels wonderfully playful. The conductor chuckles softly. Even giants, he says, can be surprisingly gentle. Like Jupiter, Saturn has no solid surface. Its outer layers are made mostly of hydrogen and helium. The deeper you travel, the atmosphere becomes warmer. Pressure steadily increases. Eventually, the gases are compressed into exotic forms deep inside the planet, far below the cloud tops. The true heart of Saturn remains hidden beneath thousands of miles of atmosphere, a quiet mystery, wrapped inside a giant world. The little star train drifts above the cloud tops. Long bands stretch around the planet. Soft storms slowly appear and fade. High-altitude winds race around Saturn at remarkable speeds. Some reach nearly 1,100 miles per hour, or about 1,800 kilometers per hour. Yet from your peaceful seat, the clouds seem to drift almost lazily. The enormous scale makes everything feel slower, gentler, more peaceful. Sunlight here is much weaker than on Earth. The sun appears smaller, its warmth softer. Even so, the rings catch every ray. Millions upon millions of icy fragments sparkle together. Tiny flashes of silver dance across the darkness. It resembles fresh snow illuminated by morning light, or countless diamonds floating silently through space. The conductor watches the shimmering rings. The farther we travel, he whispers, the more softly the sunlight speaks. Saturn spins quickly. A day here lasts only about 10.5 hours. That rapid rotation gently flattens the planet. Its equator bulges outward slightly. The giant quietly turns beneath its graceful crown of ice. Hour after hour, day after day, year after year, Its rhythm has remained steady for billions of years. Around Saturn, an extraordinary family of moons quietly travels alongside their giant home. There are well over 100 known moons. Some are tiny, some are strangely shaped. Others hide remarkable secrets beneath ice. One possesses thick golden clouds. Another sprays water into space. Each has its own story waiting patiently to be told. The conductor smiles knowingly. Our journey, he whispers, has many more wonderful friends to meet. The little star train circles farther away. Now the full beauty of Saturn reveals itself. The broad rings stretch far beyond the planet. Their diameter spans more than 170,000 miles, or about 275,000 kilometers. Yet amazingly, most parts of the rings are only tens of feet thick. Something so incredibly wide can also be astonishingly thin. Nature often delights in beautiful contrasts. The conductor quietly closes his notebook. I think, he whispers. Saturn reminds us that elegance is not about being loud. It is about carrying extraordinary beauty with quiet confidence. The golden giant slowly continues its endless journey around the sun. Its rings shimmer softly beneath the distant light. No audience applauds. No music plays. The universe simply allows beauty to exist. Patiently, silently, forever. Ahead, the little star train begins drifting closer to the glowing bands of ice. From a distance, they appeared smooth, but now, individual icy worlds begin to emerge. Tiny sparkling pieces, each following its own gentle path around Saturn. The conductor smiles warmly. Now, he whispers, we leave the planet itself and enter the most beautiful ring system ever known. Our next destination, Saturn's rings, rivers of ice around a giant. The little star train slowly leaves Saturn's golden clouds behind. The great planet remains close enough to fill half the sky, yet your eyes are drawn somewhere else, toward the shimmering rings. From afar, they appeared smooth, like graceful ribbons wrapped around the planet. But now, as you gently approach, the illusion begins to fade. The conductor smiles quietly. Nothing here, he whispers, is quite what it first appears. The train glides toward the outer edge of the rings. Instead of a solid sheet, you discover an endless community of tiny travelers. Millions, billions, perhaps trillions. Each fragment quietly follows its own orbit around Saturn. Some are no larger than grains of dust. Others are the size of pebbles. Many resemble snowballs. Some are as large as houses. A few rival small mountains. Yet together, they create one of the most breathtaking sights in the solar system. The conductor gazes through the window. Sometimes, he whispers, great beauty is simply countless ordinary things moving in harmony. Sunlight gently strikes the icy fragments. Every crystal catches the light differently. Tiny flashes shimmer in every direction. Silver, white, hints of pale blue, soft gold. The entire ring system sparkles like fresh snow beneath a winter sunrise. There is no sound, only quiet light dancing across endless darkness. You feel as though you are drifting through a peaceful river made entirely of stars. The conductor opens his notebook. He doesn't draw the whole ring. Instead, he sketches a single snowflake, then another, then another. Soon the page begins to glow with tiny frozen patterns. Every masterpiece, he whispers, begins with one small piece. The rings stretch astonishingly far. From edge to edge, they span nearly 175,000 miles, or about 282,000 kilometers. Yet despite their incredible width, most sections are astonishingly thin. In many places, only about 30 feet, or roughly 10 meters, thick. Imagine a sheet of paper spread across the length of a football field. That is how delicate Saturn's rings are compared with their enormous size. The universe seems to enjoy surprising us. The little star train slips gently between two bright ring bands. Wide gaps suddenly open before you. The largest is known as the Cassini division. From Earth, it appears to separate the rings cleanly. But here, you discover it is not truly empty. Small icy particles still travel through the region, simply fewer than elsewhere. Even emptiness, the conductor smiles, often contains more than we first imagine. Each fragment follows the laws of gravity with remarkable precision. Tiny moonlets quietly shape narrow ringlets. Larger moons gently tug at nearby particles. Invisible gravitational rhythms organize the icy pieces into elegant patterns. Some form waves, some gather into thin strands. Others briefly cluster together before drifting apart once more. Nothing directs them. No conductor waves a baton. Gravity alone creates this magnificent cosmic ballet. The real conductor chuckles softly. I don't mind sharing my job. Scientists believe Saturn's rings may not last forever. With each passing year, a small amount of icy material slowly falls toward the planet. Very gradually, the rings become a little thinner. No one knows exactly how old they are. Some evidence suggests they may be relatively young compared with Saturn itself. Others believe parts could be much older. The story is still being written, and perhaps that makes the rings even more precious. Beauty, especially temporary beauty, often feels even more meaningful. The train drifts quietly beside a cluster of shimmering ice. You imagine holding one of the larger fragments. It would feel surprisingly ordinary, just frozen water, mixed with a little dust and rock. Nothing magical by itself, yet surrounded by billions of companions. It becomes part of one of the greatest spectacles in the solar system. The conductor nods thoughtfully. No single note, he whispers, creates the entire melody. Far beyond the rings, the distant sun glows softly, only about 1% as bright as it appears from Earth. Its gentle light paints long shadows across the icy bands. Some particles briefly disappear into darkness, then emerge once more into brilliant sunlight. The changing light makes the rings seem almost alive, breathing, shimmering, forever moving, yet never hurried. The little star train slowly climbs above the ring plane. Now the entire system unfolds beneath you. Thousands of delicate circles surround Saturn with breathtaking symmetry. The planet seems to wear a crown crafted from frozen light. No palace, no artist, no civilization has ever created anything quite like it. Nature quietly shaped this masterpiece over immense stretches of time. Patiently, without applause, the conductor closes his notebook with gentle care. These rings, He whispers, "Teach us something beautiful." They remind us that countless tiny pieces can become something magnificent when they move together. The little star train begins leaving the glittering rivers of ice behind. Ahead, a warm golden moon slowly rises above Saturn's rings. Unlike the frozen worlds you visited, this one is wrapped in a thick orange haze. Clouds gently hide its surface from view. Beneath them, lakes, rivers, and rain quietly shape an extraordinary landscape. The conductor smiles with quiet anticipation. "Our next destination," he whispers, "Titan, the moon with rivers of liquid methane." The little star train quietly leaves Saturn's shimmering rings behind. The billions of icy fragments slowly become a silver ribbon in the distance. Ahead, a warm amber glow begins to fill the darkness. At first, it looks less like a moon and more like a tiny sunrise. Soft golden clouds completely hide the world beneath them. The conductor smiles gently. "This," he whispers, "is Titan, a moon that wears its sky like a blanket." As the train glides closer, the golden haze grows thicker. Unlike nearly every other moon you visited, Titan possesses a dense atmosphere. In fact, its atmosphere is even thicker than Earth's. Layers of nitrogen wrap around the moon. Tiny organic particles drifting high above give the sky its rich orange color. For centuries, Titan kept its surface hidden. No telescope could clearly see what lay beneath those mysterious clouds. It quietly protected its secrets, patiently, until spacecraft finally arrived. The conductor pours another warm cup of tea. "Some mysteries," he whispers, "simply need the right visitor." The little star train gently slips through the upper atmosphere. The sunlight becomes wonderfully soft. Everything glows with warm amber light. The distant sun appears much smaller than it does from Earth. Its rays filter gently through the thick haze. The world below slowly begins to emerge. Broad plains, rolling hills, dark lakes, long winding channels. It feels strangely familiar, yet beautifully different. The conductor opens his notebook. He sketches a river, then quietly writes one surprising word beneath it. "Methane." He smiles. "Not every river," he whispers, "carries water." Titan is the only world beyond Earth known to have stable lakes and rivers on its surface. But these are not made of water. The temperatures here are astonishingly cold, around minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit or about minus 179 degrees Celsius. Water becomes rock-hard ice. Instead, liquid methane and ethane quietly flow across the landscape. Clouds gather, rain falls, streams slowly carve valleys. Lakes gently fill. Titan has a weather cycle, much like Earth's, only the liquids are completely different. The little train floats above one of Titan's great northern lakes. Its surface is remarkably smooth. No waves disturb the quiet shoreline. The liquid reflects the faint orange sky above. Everything feels calm, dreamlike. If you didn't know better, you might almost believe you were drifting above a peaceful lake on Earth during sunset. Only the chemistry has changed. The feeling remains wonderfully familiar. Far below, dark rivers slowly wind through broad valleys. Some stretch for hundreds of miles. Others divide into smaller branches before gently reaching the lakes. Over countless ages, these methane rivers have quietly shaped Titan's landscape. Nature, it seems, uses similar brushes on many different worlds. The conductor nods softly. The ingredients may change. He whispers, but beauty often follows the same recipe. Gravity here is gentle, only about 1/7 as strong as Earth's. Combined with the thick atmosphere, it creates a remarkable possibility. A person wearing proper protection could almost glide through Titan's sky. Large wings would easily support gentle flight. The air is dense. Your weight is light. The moon quietly invites graceful movement. The conductor laughs softly. If anywhere in the solar system, he whispers, was made for flying dreams, it might be here, hidden beneath Titan's icy crust. Scientists believe another remarkable ocean may exist. Not methane this time, but liquid water mixed with ammonia. Far below the frozen shell, an enormous sea may quietly rest in darkness. The universe seems to enjoy hiding oceans beneath layers of ice. Each one whispers the same gentle question. What might be waiting below? No one yet knows the answer. The little star trains circles above broad fields of towering dunes. At first glance, they resemble the great deserts of Earth. But these dunes are not made of ordinary sand. Instead, they consist of tiny grains of frozen organic material. Gentle winds slowly reshape them over time. Even here, where the sun feels so distant, the landscape continues quietly changing. Nothing stands completely still forever. The conductor gazes through the glowing orange atmosphere. Every world, he whispers, has weather. Every world has seasons. Titan slowly circles Saturn, while Saturn carries it around the sun. 1 year on Saturn lasts nearly 30 Earth years. That means each season on Titan continues for more than 7 Earth years. The changing skies happen patiently, without hurry, without urgency. Spacecraft have visited this extraordinary moon. One small explorer even landed on its surface. It rested beside rounded pebbles, carved smooth by flowing liquid long ago. For a brief time, humanity touched a shoreline beyond Earth. The moment was quiet, historic, and deeply beautiful. Even today, those images remind us how wonderfully diverse our solar system truly is. The little star train completes one peaceful orbit. Titan slowly drifts behind you. Its golden clouds continue hiding much of its remarkable landscape. Its rivers continue flowing. Its lakes remain perfectly still. Its distant rains quietly fall beneath an orange sky. A familiar world, created from unfamiliar ingredients. The conductor gently closes his notebook. Titan, he whispers, shows us that nature loves to repeat beautiful ideas, even with entirely different materials. Ahead, a much smaller moon slowly rises from Saturn's shadow. Its brilliant white surface glows like fresh snow beneath the distant sun. Without warning, a graceful fountain of ice erupts into space. Tiny sparkling crystals drift upward, feeding Saturn's magnificent rings. The conductor smiles with quiet wonder. Our next destination, he whispers, Enceladus, the moon that breathes water into space. The little star train gently departs from Titan. Its golden skies slowly fade into the distance. Ahead, A brilliant white moon quietly catches the sunlight. It seems almost too bright, too clean, like fresh snow resting beneath a winter morning sky. The conductor smiles warmly. Our smallest destination around Saturn, he whispers, may hold one of the greatest surprises. This is Enceladus. As the train glides closer, the moon's surface shines like polished ice. Nearly every ray of sunlight is reflected back into space. Enceladus is one of the brightest objects in the entire solar system. Its frozen landscape glows with remarkable purity. There are very few dark places, only endless plains of sparkling ice. The conductor gazes quietly through the window. Sometimes, he whispers, the brightest worlds hide the deepest secrets. Enceladus is surprisingly small, only about 310 miles, or roughly 500 kilometers across. You could drive across its entire diameter in less than a day. Yet despite its modest size, this little moon has become one of the most fascinating places scientists have ever discovered. It quietly reminds us that greatness is never measured by size alone. The little star train floats above broad frozen plains. Deep cracks begin to appear beneath you, for enormous fractures stretch across the South Pole. They run almost perfectly parallel. Scientists affectionately call them tiger stripes. Their edges glow softly beneath the distant sun. At first, they seem perfectly still. Then, something extraordinary happens. Without warning, a graceful fountain of tiny ice crystals bursts upward into space. Then another, and another. Hundreds of shimmering plumes rise silently above the frozen surface. No explosions, no violence, only elegant streams of water vapor and icy particles drifting into the darkness. The conductor watches in quiet wonder. It almost looks, he whispers, like the moon is breathing. These beautiful geysers erupt because Enceladus is not completely frozen inside. Gravity from Saturn gently squeezes the tiny moon as it travels through its orbit. That continual flexing creates heat deep beneath the crust. Enough heat to keep liquid water hidden below the ice. Pressure slowly builds. Then water escapes through the great fractures, carrying tiny ice particles high above the surface. Each graceful plume becomes another quiet breath from the hidden ocean below. The conductor opens his notebook. This time, he doesn't draw the moon. He sketches a tiny spring flowing from beneath a frozen hill. Even the coldest places, he whispers, may still have warm hearts. Scientists believe an enormous global ocean lies beneath Enceladus's icy shell. Unlike small underground lakes, this hidden sea may surround nearly the entire moon. Far below the frozen crust, warm water gently touches a rocky seafloor. There, minerals mix with heat rising from the interior. It is a setting that reminds scientists of hydrothermal vents deep within Earth's oceans, places where life thrives without sunlight. The possibility is wonderfully intriguing. Could another ocean, far from Earth, also possess the ingredients needed for life? For now, the universe quietly keeps its answer. The little star train drifts gently through one of the icy plumes. Tiny frozen crystals sparkle outside the windows. Each particle began as liquid water deep beneath the moon. Now, they float silently into space. Some eventually fall back onto Enceladus. Others continue outward, joining Saturn's broad E-ring. The magnificent ring surrounding the planet is constantly renewed by this tiny moon. Every gentle eruption quietly feeds Saturn's shimmering halo. The conductor smiles. A small heart, he whispers, can brighten an entire family. Gravity here is incredibly gentle, only about 1% of Earth's. A careful step would send you floating gracefully across the frozen landscape. Each landing would feel almost effortless. The silence would be absolute. No wind, no flowing rivers, only the occasional whisper of distant ice rising into space. It might be the quietest snowfall imaginable, except the snow falls upward. The distant sun appears small. Its warmth barely reaches this far, yet the icy surface continues shining brilliantly. Saturn hangs above like a golden guardian. Its rings stretch across the sky with breathtaking elegance. Standing here, you would never forget where you are. Every glance upward reveals the magnificent giant that Enceladus faithfully calls home. The conductor slowly closes his eyes. It is curious, he whispers, that one of the brightest places also teaches us to look beneath the surface. Sometimes, the greatest treasures are hidden where no one first expects to find them. Spacecraft have flown directly through Enceladus's icy plumes. As they passed, they detected water vapor, tiny ice grains, organic molecules, and simple chemical ingredients associated with life as we know it. Not proof that life exists, but enough to inspire generations of scientists to keep searching. Enceladus quietly became one of the most promising places in our solar system to explore, not because it shouted for attention, but because it whispered possibility. The little star train completes one peaceful orbit. Below, the graceful fountains continue their endless dance. The hidden ocean remains safely tucked beneath miles of ancient ice. Tiny sparkling crystals continue drifting outward, quietly renewing Saturn's beautiful ring. The conductor gently places his notebook beside the window. Enceladus, he whispers, reminds us that hope sometimes rises, one quiet drop at a time. The little star train slowly turns away from Saturn. The giant planet begins to shrink behind you. Ahead, a pale blue world slowly emerges from the darkness. Unlike every planet you've visited so far, it appears to be gently rolling on its side. Its seasons last decades. Its sunlight is soft and distant. The conductor smiles with quiet anticipation. Our next destination, he whispers, Uranus, the planet that chose a different path. The little star train quietly leaves Saturn behind. Its golden rings slowly become a delicate ribbon of light. The familiar warmth of the ringed giant fades into the distance. Ahead, a pale blue world patiently waits. Its color is soft, almost gentle, like morning light reflected on fresh ice. The conductor smiles warmly. Some travelers, he whispers, choose a different road. And sometimes, they become unforgettable because of it. As the train glides closer, Uranus slowly grows larger. At first glance, it seems peaceful, almost simple. There are no bright cloud bands like Jupiter, no dazzling rings stealing the spotlight like Saturn. Everything appears calm, quiet, reserved, yet beneath that peaceful appearance, this planet carries one of the greatest mysteries in our solar system. The conductor pours another cup of tea. Steam rises gently through the cabin. "You never really know someone," he whispers, "from the first glance." Uranus is the seventh planet from the Sun. It orbits nearly 1.8 billion miles, or about 2.9 billion kilometers away. Sunlight takes almost 2 hours and 40 minutes to arrive here. By the time its gentle rays reach Uranus, they have become soft and faint. The Sun itself looks like an exceptionally bright star, still beautiful, still warm in color, but very distant. The little star train circles above the cloud tops. The atmosphere glows with a pale blue-green color. This lovely shade comes from methane gas. Methane quietly absorbs much of the red sunlight, while reflecting blue and green back into space. Nature, using nothing more than light and chemistry, paints another masterpiece. The conductor quietly sketches a single blue circle. The universe, he whispers, has a favorite paintbrush. Unlike every other major planet, Uranus rolls around the Sun almost completely on its side. Its axis is tilted by about 98 degrees. Imagine Earth lying nearly flat, turning like a rolling wheel instead of a spinning top. Scientists believe something enormous struck Uranus long ago. A colossal collision may have gently tipped the young planet over. Billions of years later, it still quietly travels that unusual path. The accident became part of its identity. The conductor gazes thoughtfully through the window. Even after great changes, he whispers, a journey can still continue. Because of this remarkable tilt, the seasons on Uranus are unlike anywhere else. Each season lasts about 21 Earth years. For years at a time, one pole faces the Sun almost continuously. The opposite pole remains in darkness. Then, very slowly, the roles reverse. Day becomes night. Night becomes day. The rhythm is patient beyond imagination. There is no hurry here, only time, moving gently across decades. The little star train drifts above the quiet atmosphere. Occasionally, soft white clouds become visible. Far below, powerful winds silently race through the upper atmosphere. Some reach speeds of over 500 miles per hour, or about 800 kilometers per hour. Yet from above, everything appears wonderfully peaceful. The immense scale hides the motion. The planet wears tranquility like a calm expression, even while powerful winds quietly flow beneath. Deep inside Uranus, the world becomes increasingly strange. Below the hydrogen and helium atmosphere, scientists believe lies a vast layer rich in water, ammonia, and methane. Under enormous pressure, these materials behave in unfamiliar ways. Far deeper still, a rocky core quietly rests at the center. Much remains uncertain. Uranus continues guarding many of its secrets. Patiently, the conductor closes his eyes for a moment. I like mysteries, he whispers. They remind us that learning never truly ends. The little star train continues its peaceful orbit. Around the planet, a collection of thin, dark rings quietly circles. They are much fainter than Saturn's magnificent display. From a distance, you might hardly notice them at all, yet they remain faithfully in place. elegant in their own quiet way. Sometimes, the most beautiful things never ask to be admired. Uranus is often called an ice giant, not because its clouds are frozen, but because much of its interior contains icy compounds like water, methane, and ammonia under immense pressure. It belongs to a different family than Jupiter and Saturn. The solar system enjoys remarkable variety. No two giant planets are truly alike. Each discovered its own way of becoming extraordinary. Only one spacecraft has ever flown past Uranus. In 1986, Voyager 2 quietly passed this distant world. For a short time, it revealed new moons, strange magnetic fields, hidden rings, and details no human had ever seen before. Then it continued onward into the darkness, leaving Uranus to its peaceful solitude once again. The conductor smiles softly. Sometimes, he whispers, "A brief visit is enough to begin a lifelong friendship." The little star train slowly completes one final orbit. The pale blue planet quietly rolls through the darkness, faithfully following the unusual path it has traveled for billions of years. Its long seasons continue. Its gentle sunlight remains unchanged. Its quiet beauty asks for nothing, yet rewards every patient observer. The conductor gently closes his notebook. Uranus, he whispers, teaches us that being different is not a flaw. Sometimes, it is simply another beautiful way to journey through the universe. Ahead, an even deeper shade of blue slowly appears against the stars. The sunlight grows fainter still, far beyond Uranus. A powerful wind sweeps across another distant giant. The last great planet of our solar system quietly waits. The conductor smiles. Our next destination, he whispers, Neptune, the windy blue giant at the edge of the sun's kingdom. The little star train quietly departs from Uranus. The pale blue world slowly fades into the darkness. Ahead, the sunlight grows softer. The stars appear brighter. The vast silence of the outer solar system gently wraps around you. Then, a deeper shade of blue begins to emerge. Not pale, not icy, but rich, calm, almost like the deepest part of a quiet ocean. The conductor smiles warmly. We have arrived, he whispers, at the last great planet. This is Neptune. As the train glides closer, the blue giant slowly fills the window. Its color seems almost impossible, a brilliant sapphire resting in endless black space. Scientists still debate exactly why Neptune's blue is deeper than Uranus's. Methane certainly plays an important role. Yet there may be other atmospheric ingredients quietly enriching its remarkable color. Some mysteries, even today, remain beautifully unfinished. The conductor gazes thoughtfully through the glass. The universe, he whispers, still enjoys keeping a few secrets. Neptune circles the sun nearly 2.8 billion miles, or about 4.5 billion kilometers, from home. Here, sunlight is almost 900 times weaker than it is on Earth. The sun itself appears only as a dazzling star, bright enough to cast gentle shadows, yet tiny compared with the warm golden disk we know. Even from this extraordinary distance, its light still patiently reaches every corner of the solar system. The little star train drifts above Neptune's cloud tops. The atmosphere appears surprisingly peaceful. Soft white clouds float across the blue landscape. Long streaks gently curve around the planet. Everything feels calm, unhurried, yet appearances can be wonderfully misleading. Hidden beneath those graceful clouds, the fastest winds in the solar system quietly race around the planet. Some reach astonishing speeds of more than 1,200 miles per hour, or nearly 2,000 kilometers per hour, faster than the speed of sound in Earth's atmosphere. And yet, from here, you would never guess. The conductor chuckles softly. Still waters, he whispers, sometimes hide the strongest currents. Deep inside Neptune, pressure steadily rises. Hydrogen and helium fill the outer atmosphere. Below, scientists believe enormous layers of water, ammonia, and methane surround a rocky core. These materials exist under conditions almost impossible to recreate on Earth. Immense pressure transforms familiar substances into unfamiliar forms. The deeper you imagine traveling, the stranger the planet quietly becomes. The conductor opens his notebook. This time, he colors the page with nothing but blue. No words, no sketches. Just one peaceful shade stretching from edge to edge. Some colors, he whispers, already tell the whole story. Many years ago, astronomers noticed something remarkable. The orbit of Uranus behaved slightly differently than expected. Rather than dismissing those tiny changes, mathematicians carefully calculated what unseen object might be causing them. Long before anyone actually saw Neptune, its existence was predicted using mathematics alone. Then, in 1846, telescopes finally found it almost exactly where the calculations had suggested. It was one of humanity's greatest scientific triumphs. The universe had quietly revealed itself, not through chance, but through careful thought. The conductor smiles proudly. Sometimes, he whispers, the mind reaches a destination before the eyes. The little star train continues around the distant planet. Years ago, astronomers observed a giant storm known as the Great Dark Spot. It resembled Jupiter's famous red storm, yet behaved quite differently. Eventually, it disappeared. Later, new dark storms appeared elsewhere. Unlike Jupiter's long-lived tempest, Neptune's storms seem to come and go, like clouds drifting across memory. Nothing here remains exactly the same forever. Around Neptune, thin rings quietly circle the distant giant. They are dark, delicate, and difficult to see. Some sections contain curious clumps of material known as ring arcs. Instead of forming perfectly even circles, certain regions gather together, defying what scientists once expected. Even after centuries of exploration, Neptune continues surprising us. Gravity here is stronger than on Uranus, yet the world remains a giant ocean of atmosphere. There is no solid place to stand, only deeper and deeper layers of gas, gradually becoming denser beneath unimaginable pressure, somewhere far below. The hidden heart of Neptune quietly waits, never seen, never touched, still keeping its ancient secrets. The conductor leans back comfortably in his seat. I think, he whispers, distance changes our perspective. Out here, the solar system no longer feels crowded. It feels peaceful. Every planet behind us now shines as a tiny memory. a collection of gentle lights circling one faithful star. Only one spacecraft has ever visited Neptune. In 1989, Voyager 2 quietly flew past this distant world. For a few precious hours, it revealed remarkable clouds, powerful winds, faint rings, and mysterious moons. Then, it continued into the darkness beyond, leaving Neptune once again wrapped in quiet solitude. The conductor smiles softly. Some meetings, he whispers, are brief, but they stay with us forever. The little star train completes one peaceful orbit. The deep blue giant slowly turns beneath the fading sunlight. Its fierce winds continue racing unseen. Its hidden interior remains mysterious. Its calm appearance never changes. From far away, strength often looks like serenity. The conductor gently closes his notebook. Neptune, he whispers, reminds us that true strength rarely needs to announce itself. It simply continues, patiently, ahead, beyond the final great planet. A solitary moon slowly appears. Its pale frozen surface glows against the darkness. It moves in the opposite direction from nearly every other large moon in the solar system. A traveler that seems to have come from somewhere else. The conductor smiles with quiet curiosity. Our next destination, he whispers, Triton, the captured wanderer of Neptune. The little star train quietly leaves Neptune behind. The deep blue giant slowly fades into the darkness. Its powerful winds continue their silent dance. Now far behind you, ahead, a pale silver moon drifts through the cold outer reaches of the solar system. Its surface glows softly beneath the distant sun, not bright like Enceladus, not golden like Titan. Its beauty is quieter, older, almost lonely. The conductor smiles gently. Some travelers, he whispers, do not begin their journey where they finally belong. This is Triton. As the train glides closer, the moon slowly turns beneath you. Its frozen plains stretch toward every horizon. Long cliffs, smooth icy fields, dark streaks painted across the landscape. Everything feels calm, yet somehow different. The conductor gazes thoughtfully through the window. Triton, he whispers, has always been a little different. Unlike nearly every large moon in the solar system, Triton travels around its planet in the opposite direction. This unusual path is called a retrograde orbit. It quietly suggests a remarkable story. Scientists believe Triton did not form beside Neptune. Long ago, it was likely an independent icy world, perhaps part of the distant Kuiper Belt. At some point, Neptune's gravity gently captured the wandering traveler. Since then, it has faithfully circled its new home, a visitor who quietly became family. The conductor slowly opens his notebook. He draws a tiny sailboat crossing a peaceful sea. Then, a harbor waiting in the distance. Sometimes, he whispers, the place you end up isn't where your story began. The little star train floats lower. The surface appears surprisingly young. Compared with ancient moons like Callisto, there are relatively few impact craters. Something has quietly renewed much of Triton's icy face. Long ago, its interior was warmer. Frozen materials slowly reshaped the landscape. Some regions still preserve broad frozen plains. while others display strange ridges and gentle hills unlike anywhere else in the solar system. Nature never repeats itself exactly. Each world writes its own quiet story. Far below, dark streaks stretch across the bright ice. At first, they resemble long shadows, but they tell another remarkable tale. Voyager 2 discovered that Triton possesses active cryovolcanoes. Instead of molten rock, these icy volcanoes release nitrogen gas along with fine dark particles. The eruptions rise gently into the thin atmosphere. Then, high-altitude winds slowly carry the material across the frozen surface. The result is a collection of elegant dark lines, painted by invisible winds. The conductor smiles softly. Even ice, he whispers, can become a volcano. Triton is astonishingly cold. Its surface temperature falls to around minus 391 degrees Fahrenheit, or about minus 235 degrees Celsius. It is one of the coldest known places in the solar system. Nitrogen freezes here. The landscape seems almost frozen in time itself. Yet beneath that incredible cold, the moon still manages to surprise us with gentle activity. Even the coldest hearts may still quietly beat. The little star train drifts through Triton's delicate atmosphere. It is extremely thin, mostly nitrogen, too faint to breathe, too light to soften the silence. Yet even this fragile atmosphere forms tiny clouds from time to time. Far above the frozen plains, gentle hazes glow beneath the distant sunlight. The entire moon seems wrapped in a peaceful dream. Gravity here is gentle, only about 8% of Earth's. Walking across the icy plains would feel slow, graceful, almost like drifting. Every step would carry you farther than expected. The silence would be absolute. Only your own breathing and the endless stars above would keep you company. The conductor quietly watches the frozen horizon. Loneliness, he whispers, can sometimes become another name for peace. Long before Triton found Neptune, it may have wandered freely through the outer solar system. Billions of years have passed since then. Today, its unusual orbit slowly changes. Over unimaginably long stretches of time, Neptune's gravity continues to influence its path. Scientists believe that billions of years from now, Triton may gradually spiral closer to the giant planet. Its distant future remains uncertain, but its present remains wonderfully beautiful. Only one spacecraft has ever visited Triton. In 1989, Voyager 2 quietly swept past this remarkable moon. For only a few precious hours, it revealed frozen volcanoes, a delicate atmosphere, young icy landscapes, and a captured wanderer unlike any other. Then, like so many explorers before it, Voyager disappeared into the darkness beyond, leaving Triton once again wrapped in peaceful solitude. The conductor smiles gently. Every traveler, he whispers, leaves behind a memory. The little star train completes one final orbit. Below, the frozen moon continues circling Neptune in quiet reverse. Its icy plains shimmer beneath the distant sun. Its gentle nitrogen plumes continue rising. Its ancient journey continues. Patiently, without complaint, the conductor carefully closes his notebook. Triton, he whispers, reminds us that even those who begin as strangers can eventually find a place to call home. Ahead, the last great planet slowly disappears behind you. The darkness becomes deeper than ever before. Far ahead, a tiny world quietly reflects the faint sunlight. Once celebrated as the ninth planet, now lovingly known by another title, the conductor smiles with quiet affection. Our next destination, he whispers, Pluto, the little world at the edge of the sun's embrace. The little star train quietly leaves Neptune behind. The last giant planet slowly disappears into the velvet darkness. Now, the solar system feels wonderfully open. The familiar worlds lie far behind. Ahead, a tiny point of light patiently grows brighter. Not a giant, not a powerful world wrapped in storms. Just a small traveler, circling faithfully at the edge of the sun's kingdom. The conductor smiles warmly. Some stories, he whispers, do not become beautiful because they are large. They become beautiful because they quietly touch our hearts. As the train glides closer, Pluto slowly reveals itself. Its surface is painted with soft shades of white, brown, golden, and charcoal gray. Frozen plains gently blend into rugged mountains. Bright patches stretch across the landscape. Dark regions quietly surround them. Even this distant little world possesses remarkable beauty. The conductor gazes through the window. So much character, he whispers, can fit into such a small place. Pluto is only about 1,477 miles, or roughly 2,377 kilometers, across. Smaller than Earth's moon, yet despite its modest size, it became one of humanity's most beloved worlds. For more than 70 years, children learned it as the ninth planet. Generations imagined its lonely journey around the distant sun. Then, science gradually revealed a larger family of icy worlds beyond Neptune. Our understanding grew, and Pluto found a new place among them. Not as a major planet, but as a dwarf planet. Its name changed. Its beauty never did. The conductor quietly opens his notebook. He carefully crosses out one title, then writes another. Beneath both, he simply draws a smiling circle. Names, he whispers, can change. The wonder remains. The little star train floats above Pluto's most famous landmark. A brilliant heart slowly comes into view. The vast plain is called Sputnik Planitia. From high above, it truly resembles a giant heart resting on the surface. Its frozen landscape is made largely of nitrogen ice. Slowly, over immense stretches of time, the ice quietly moves, like a frozen glacier flowing almost too slowly to imagine. Large polygon-shaped patterns cover the plain. Each one marks gentle convection beneath the surface, where warmer ice rises and cooler ice slowly sinks. Even here, far beyond the great planets, the landscape remains quietly alive. The conductor smiles gently. I like that, he whispers. The universe placed a heart at the edge of the solar system. Beyond the frozen plain, mountains slowly rise toward the sky. Some stand more than 11,000 feet, or about 3,500 meters high. Unlike mountains on Earth, these peaks are built mostly from water ice. At Pluto's incredible temperatures, water becomes as hard as solid rock. Meanwhile, Nitrogen and methane behave almost like soft snow. Everything feels wonderfully upside down. The familiar rules of home quietly change. Nature, once again, finds another way to create beauty. The little star train drifts through Pluto's delicate atmosphere. It is extremely thin, mostly nitrogen, as Pluto approaches the Sun during its long orbit. Some of the frozen surface gently evaporates. The atmosphere grows slightly thicker as Pluto travels farther away. Much of that gas freezes again onto the ground. The atmosphere slowly appears, then quietly fades, like morning mist rising from a peaceful lake. Even a world this distant has seasons. Gravity here is only about 6% of Earth's. Every careful step would feel wonderfully light. You could leap across the frozen landscape with graceful ease. The sky would appear almost black, even during daytime. Yet the distant sun would still shine, a brilliant star, lighting the quiet plains with soft twilight. The conductor looks toward the tiny sun. It doesn't matter. He whispers how far away the light begins. It still finds a way to arrive. Pluto is not alone. It shares a remarkable relationship with its largest moon, Charon. The two worlds are so similar in size that they orbit a point located outside Pluto itself. Together, they slowly dance around one another, always showing the same faces, each keeping watch over the other. It feels less like a planet and moon, and more like lifelong companions traveling together through the darkness. The conductor smiles. Some journeys, he whispers, are meant to be shared. In 2015, the spacecraft New Horizons quietly arrived after traveling for nearly 10 years. Before then, Pluto had always appeared as a tiny blurry dot. Within a single day, humanity finally saw its mountains, its glaciers, its icy heart, and its delicate blue atmosphere. The little world suddenly became real, not a distant point of light, but a place, a remarkable destination waiting patiently at the edge of the solar system. The conductor gently closes his notebook. I've always liked Pluto, he whispers. It never stopped being extraordinary. It simply taught us that learning sometimes changes how we understand old friends. The little star train slowly pulls away. The heart-shaped plane grows smaller. The frozen mountains fade into the distance. Pluto continues its quiet journey around the Sun, taking 248 Earth years to complete a single orbit. Never rushing, never complaining, simply continuing, patiently, through the deep silence of space. Ahead, the darkness stretches even farther. Countless frozen worlds begin to appear, some large, some tiny, all quietly circling beyond Pluto. The conductor smiles with quiet anticipation. Our next destination, he whispers, the Kuiper Belt, the frozen frontier beyond the planets. The little star train quietly departs from Pluto. Its heart-shaped plane slowly disappears into the darkness. The last familiar world grows smaller, until it becomes only another gentle light among countless others. Ahead, space begins to feel different. Wider, quieter, less like a collection of planets, and more like an endless sea. The conductor smiles softly. We have crossed another invisible shoreline. He whispers, welcome to the Kuiper Belt. The little star train glides forward through the silent frontier. Unlike the empty spaces between many planets, this distant region quietly holds countless frozen worlds. Some are no larger than hills. Others rival Pluto itself. Many have never been seen closely. They simply continue their patient journeys, far beyond the warmth of the inner solar system. The conductor gazes through the window. Not every neighborhood, he whispers, needs crowded streets. The Kuiper Belt forms a vast ring beyond Neptune. It stretches for billions of miles, like a distant shoreline surrounding our planetary family. It is home to icy objects left over from the birth of the solar system. These are ancient building blocks, quiet survivors from a time more than 4.5 billion years ago, long before Earth had oceans, long before life began. These frozen travelers were already here, waiting, watching, remembering. The conductor opens his notebook. He brushes away a little imaginary dust from an old page, then smiles. Some libraries, he whispers, are written in ice. The little star train drifts beside one of these quiet worlds. Its surface is dark, covered with frozen nitrogen, methane, and water ice. It has no atmosphere to speak of, no rivers, no forests, no weather as we know it. Yet it has remained almost unchanged since the solar system was young. Looking at it feels almost like looking backward through time itself. Every frozen crater, every silent ridge, has patiently preserved the memory of an ancient age. Many famous dwarf planets live here. Pluto is only one member of a much larger family. Worlds such as Haumea, with its remarkably stretched shape, and Makemake, wrapped in frozen methane, quietly circle the sun beside countless smaller companions. Each follows its own gentle path. Each tells a slightly different story. Together, they remind us that the solar system is richer and more diverse than early astronomers ever imagined. The conductor smiles warmly. It is comforting, he whispers, to discover that old maps still have room for new places. The little star train floats through a peaceful field of icy bodies. Most are separated by enormous distances. Although there are countless objects here, collisions are actually quite rare. Space remains astonishingly empty. You could travel for millions of miles, seeing only distant points of light. The silence feels endless, not lonely, simply spacious, like standing beneath an enormous night sky in the quiet countryside. Far away, the sun still shines, but it has become wonderfully small. It no longer dominates the sky. Instead, it resembles an exceptionally bright star, casting only a gentle twilight across the frozen frontier. Even here, its light patiently continues the long journey it began hours earlier. The conductor quietly watches the tiny sun. Distance, he whispers, can soften the light without taking away its warmth. Some Kuiper Belt objects travel in graceful circles. Others follow long, tilted, or elongated paths around the sun. Many move in quiet harmony with Neptune's gravity. Their invisible rhythms create a beautiful balance that has lasted for billions of years. No traffic lights, no road signs, only gravity, patiently guiding every traveler. The little star train passes a tiny icy world slowly spinning beneath the stars. Its day lasts only a few hours, Another rotates so slowly that one sunrise stretches across many Earth days. Each world quietly keeps its own rhythm. No clock tells them when to turn. No calendar reminds them where to go. The universe simply allows each traveler to follow its own peaceful pace. The conductor nods thoughtfully. Not every journey, he whispers, needs the same timetable. Beyond the Kuiper Belt, the darkness deepens even further. Scientists believe this region gradually fades into an even more distant realm, a place where icy objects become increasingly scattered, where sunlight grows weaker still, where our solar system slowly reaches toward interstellar space. The Kuiper Belt is not the ending. It is simply another chapter, another quiet doorway leading farther into the unknown. The conductor gently closes his notebook. I've always loved frontiers, he whispers, not because they mark the end, but because they quietly promise. There is still more to discover. The little star train slowly leaves the crowded family of icy worlds behind. Ahead, one distant traveler quietly separates itself from the others. Its unusual shape, its rapid spin, and its strange elongated form make it unlike any world you've visited before. The conductor smiles with quiet curiosity. Our next destination, he whispers, the dwarf planets, the small worlds with remarkable stories. The little star train quietly leaves the familiar Kuiper Belt behind. The frozen worlds slowly fade into tiny points of light. One by one, they disappear into the velvet darkness. Ahead, there are no planets, no dwarf planets, no shining rings, only silence. A silence so complete, it almost feels alive. The conductor smiles softly. We have reached, he whispers, the place where the solar system slowly lets go. The little star train continues forward. The sun, once the brilliant center of every chapter, now looks like a single bright star among countless others. Its warmth has become only a memory. Yet, its gentle gravity still reaches across this unimaginable distance. Invisible, patient, faithful, holding together a family that stretches farther than almost anyone can imagine. The conductor quietly pours another cup of tea. The steam curls upward. It amazes me, he whispers, how something you cannot see can still keep everything connected. Scientists call this distant region the Oort cloud. Unlike the flat Kuiper Belt, the Oort cloud is thought to surround the solar system in every direction, not like a ring, but like an enormous sphere. Imagine placing our entire solar system inside a gigantic glass bubble. That gentle shell, stretching trillions of miles into space, would begin to resemble the Oort cloud. It is not a wall, not a border, simply a vast gathering of icy travelers, spread so far apart that most would never see one another. The little star train glides through endless darkness. There are no crowds here, no busy neighborhoods. The distances between individual objects are astonishing. Each frozen body quietly keeps its own company, separated by enormous stretches of empty space. The silence becomes part of the landscape. It feels less like traveling through a place, and more like floating through a peaceful thought. The conductor opens his notebook. This time, the page is almost completely blank. Only a few tiny dots appear across the paper. He smiles. Sometimes, He whispers, "The emptiest pages hold the greatest distances." The Oort cloud is believed to contain billions, perhaps even trillions, of icy objects. Most are ancient remnants from the birth of the solar system over 4.5 billion years ago. They formed much closer to the young sun, but during the early days, the giant planets acted like cosmic shepherds. As Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune settled into their orbits, their powerful gravity gently scattered countless icy bodies outward. Some escaped the solar system forever. Others slowed just enough to remain loosely bound. Over immense spans of time, they gathered into the distant cloud surrounding our celestial home. The little star train drifts beside one tiny frozen object. It is only a few miles across. Its surface has remained frozen for billions of years. No sunrise has warmed it. No spacecraft has visited. No human eyes have ever seen it directly. Yet it patiently continues circling the distant sun. Almost unnoticed, almost unchanged, the conductor gazes quietly. Not every beautiful thing, he whispers, needs to be discovered. Every so often, something remarkable happens. A passing star, or perhaps the gentle pull of our galaxy itself, slightly disturbs one of these sleeping icy worlds. Its peaceful orbit slowly changes. Instead of remaining in the darkness, it begins a long inward journey, not over days, not over years, but over millions of years. Slowly, patiently, it falls toward the warmth of the sun. When we eventually see one of these visitors crossing our night sky, we call it a long-period comet. Its brilliant tail may last only days, but its journey began unimaginably long ago. The conductor smiles. Some arrivals, he whispers, have been traveling longer than civilizations have existed. The little star train continues through the silent sphere. No one knows exactly where the Oort cloud ends. Scientists estimate its outer edge may lie nearly 100,000 astronomical units from the Sun. That is roughly 1.5 light years away, almost halfway to the nearest star. At such distances, the Sun no longer dominates the sky. It becomes only one bright star among billions scattered across the Milky Way. Home begins to blend gently into the galaxy itself. The conductor quietly looks behind. The sun is almost impossible to recognize now. He smiles. Perhaps, he whispers, every home looks small from far enough away. But that never makes it less precious. No spacecraft has ever reached the Oort cloud. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are still traveling outward. Even after decades of flight, they have only begun the long journey toward this distant frontier. They may require thousands of years before passing through its inner regions. The Oort cloud remains one of astronomy's greatest unseen PLA. CES, known mostly through careful observation, mathematics, and quiet imagination. Its mystery is part of its beauty. The little star train slows almost to a stop. Around you, nothing moves quickly, nothing demands attention. Only countless ancient travelers, sleeping beneath the endless stars. The conductor gently closes his notebook. The Oort cloud, he whispers, reminds us that not everything important needs to be seen. Sometimes, the greatest wonders quietly wait, far beyond the edge of certainty. Ahead, two tiny travelers continue their lonely voyage away from the sun. They have already crossed the planets. They carry greetings from Earth into the vast darkness. The conductor smiles with quiet admiration. "Our next destination," he whispers. "Voyager, humanity's quiet messengers to the stars." The little star train slowly leaves the silent Oort cloud behind. The ancient frozen travelers become only distant memories. Ahead, two tiny sparks continue moving through the endless night. They shine with no engines, no glowing rockets, no blazing exhaust, only quiet determination. The conductor smiles warmly. "Some journeys," he whispers, "are so extraordinary that they continue long after the travelers have said goodbye." The little star train gently approaches the first tiny explorer. It is smaller than a family car. Its golden surface softly reflects the distant starlight. This is Voyager 1, not a planet, not a moon, simply a remarkable machine, built by human hands. Yet today, it has traveled farther from Earth than any other spacecraft in history. The conductor gazes at it with quiet admiration. "It carries," he whispers, "the curiosity of an entire world." More than 40 years ago, in 1977, two nearly identical spacecraft left Earth only weeks apart. They were called Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. At the time, no one knew just how far they would eventually travel. Their original mission was ambitious. Visit Jupiter, visit Saturn, take photographs, collect scientific discoveries. Then, perhaps, the mission would quietly come to an end. But the universe had prepared a much longer adventure. The conductor slowly opens his notebook. He writes only one sentence: "Keep going." Then he quietly closes the book again. Sometimes, he whispers, "The destination keeps moving farther away." Voyager 1 reached Jupiter first. For the very first time, humanity saw towering clouds in remarkable detail. Lightning flashed inside enormous storms. Volcanoes erupted on Io. Hidden oceans hinted beneath Europa's icy shell. Every image transformed tiny points of light into living worlds. Suddenly, the solar system felt wonderfully real, not distant, not imaginary, but beautifully tangible. Voyager 2 followed closely behind. Then, unlike its twin, it continued farther still. After Saturn, it journeyed onward to Uranus, then Neptune. To this day, Voyager 2 remains the only spacecraft ever to visit those distant giants. Without it, much of what we know about their moons, clouds, rings, and mysterious atmospheres would still be unknown. The conductor smiles. Sometimes, he whispers. One traveler quietly opens the road for everyone else. The little star train drifts beside Voyager 1. Its radio antenna still points carefully toward home. Every message it sends travels at the speed of light. Yet because of the incredible distance, those signals require more than a day to reach Earth. Imagine speaking softly and waiting over 24 hours before your voice finally arrives. Communication itself has become an exercise in patience. The conductor quietly watches the invisible radio waves leaving the spacecraft. "You don't always need," he whispers, "an immediate answer to know someone is listening." Attached to each Voyager is something extraordinary, a golden record, carefully protected inside a shining cover. It contains music from many cultures, greetings spoken in dozens of languages, the sounds of wind, rain, birdsong, ocean waves, and the heartbeat of human civilization. There are photographs too, images of Earth, of people, of nature, of science, a small portrait of an entire planet, packed into a single message, not because we expected someone to find it, but because hope itself seemed worth carrying. The conductor gently touches the window. If someone, he whispers, finds this little record, I hope they discover how much beauty existed on one small blue world. In 2012, Voyager 1 crossed into interstellar space. It had moved beyond the protective bubble created by the sun's solar wind. For the first time, a human-made object entered the vast region between the stars. Voyager 2 followed in 2018. Together, they became our first ambassadors to the galaxy. Still traveling, still exploring, even now. Neither spacecraft will ever visit another star. The distances are simply too immense. Instead, they drift through the Milky Way, patiently carrying Earth's tiny greeting into the future. Long after mountains have changed, long after continents have shifted, Voyager may still be traveling through the darkness. Its quiet journey could continue for billions of years. The conductor smiles gently. There is something comforting, he whispers, about creating something that continues after you're gone. Power aboard both spacecraft slowly fades. Each year, mission controllers carefully turn off another instrument to conserve electricity. One by one, the voices aboard Voyager grow quieter. Yet as long as even a small transmitter remains alive, the spacecraft continue whispering back to Earth, across unimaginable distances, across endless silence, still saying, I'm here. The little star train slowly circles both travelers one final time. They appear so small against the endless galaxy. Tiny machines, built by tiny beings, living on a tiny planet, orbiting one ordinary star. And yet, they carry one of humanity's greatest achievements. Not because they are powerful, but because they dared to go farther than anyone had ever gone before. The conductor quietly closes his notebook. Voyager, he whispers, reminds us that curiosity may be the strongest engine ever created. It asks us to keep exploring even when the horizon has disappeared. Ahead, the stars slowly brighten. Far in the unimaginable future, our own sun quietly waits for its final chapter. The conductor smiles gently. Our next destination, he whispers, the future sun when our star grows old. The little star train quietly leaves Voyager behind. The tiny spacecraft continues its endless journey into the Milky Way. Its faint radio whisper slowly disappears into the sea of stars. Ahead, there are no new planets waiting, no distant moons, no frozen frontiers. Instead, we begin traveling through time itself. The conductor smiles gently. Every traveler, he whispers, even the stars, has a future. The little star train slowly turns around. For the first time in many chapters, you look back, far away, almost lost among billions of stars. A tiny point of golden light shines patiently. It is our sun, the same star that warmed Earth, the same light that painted Saturn's rings. lit Pluto's icy plains, and gently reached even the distant Oort cloud. From here, it seems so small. Yet every chapter of our journey began with its quiet glow. The conductor pours one final cup of tea. The warm steam rises into the cabin. It is strange, he whispers, how something can seem tiny when you know how much of your life came from it. The sun is about 4.6 billion years old. For nearly half its lifetime, it has steadily transformed hydrogen into helium deep within its core. That quiet process, called nuclear fusion, produces the light and warmth that have made life on Earth possible. Every sunrise, every green forest, every ocean wave, every heartbeat can be traced back to that gentle fire at the center of our solar system. The sun has never hurried. It has simply continued shining, day after day, for billions of years. But even stars do not shine forever. Very slowly, the sun is changing. Each second, it becomes just a tiny bit brighter than before. Not enough for anyone to notice. Not today. Not tomorrow. But over hundreds of millions of years, those tiny changes quietly add together. Time patiently writes every story. The conductor smiles softly. Nothing stays exactly the same, he whispers, and perhaps that is part of what makes every moment precious. About 5 billion years from now, the hydrogen in the sun's core will finally begin to run out. The quiet balance that has lasted for billions of years will slowly change. Without enough hydrogen to support the core, gravity will gently pull inward. The center will grow hotter. The outer layers will slowly expand. The sun will become a red giant. Not because it is angry, not because it is exploding, simply because it is growing older, like a tree adding new rings, or a river slowly changing its course. The little star train watches as the imagined future unfolds. The sun grows larger. Its soft golden color gradually deepens into orange, then crimson. Its outer atmosphere stretches far into space. Mercury disappears first. Venus follows. Earth's future remains uncertain. Current scientific models suggest our planet may be engulfed by the expanding sun, or perhaps survive just beyond its swollen surface. Either way, long before that moment arrives, Earth's oceans will have vanished. Its skies will have changed. Life as we know it will no longer exist. The conductor quietly lowers his eyes. Everything has its season, he whispers, even worlds. Yet this is not a story of destruction. It is also a story of creation. As the aging sun expands, it will begin creating heavier elements deep within its interior. Carbon, oxygen, and other ingredients that future stars and planets may someday inherit. Eventually, the sun's outer layers will drift gently away into space. They will glow beautifully, creating what astronomers call a planetary nebula. Despite its name, it has nothing to do with planets. It is simply the graceful farewell of an aging star, a luminous shell, floating peacefully through the galaxy. The conductor smiles gently. What a beautiful goodbye, he whispers, to leave behind. Light. At the very center, the sun's remaining core will quietly settle into a white dwarf. It will be about the size of Earth, yet contain roughly half the sun's original mass. No longer producing new energy, it will slowly cool over billions upon billions of years. a tiny ember, still glowing long after the great fire has faded. The solar system will become quieter, darker, but not entirely without light. The little star train drifts through this imagined future, around the fading white dwarf. The surviving outer worlds continue their patient orbits. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, their journeys carry on. The stars above remain unchanged. The Milky Way continues turning. Galaxies continue dancing through space. One chapter closes, another quietly begins. The conductor opens his notebook for what feels like the final time. He slowly writes. Every ending becomes the beginning of another story. Then he gently closes the cover. I think, he whispers, that is one of the universe's kindest lessons. The little star train turns once more toward the stars. The future sun slowly fades into the distance. Its story has not ended. It has simply changed, just as every traveler eventually changes. Just as every journey quietly transforms the one who takes it. The conductor smiles warmly. Our final destination, he whispers, is not another planet, not another moon. It is something much simpler and much closer. He looks toward you. Home, a gentle goodbye beneath the same stars. The little star train slows almost to a stop. There are no more destinations ahead. No new worlds waiting beyond the darkness. Only the quiet glow of countless stars, stretching farther than imagination. The journey has carried you across the solar system, from the blazing birth of the sun to Mercury's silent craters, across the clouds of Venus, over Earth's blue oceans, past the quiet moon, across the red deserts of Mars, through the giant worlds, their icy moons, their magnificent rings, beyond Pluto, beyond the frozen frontier, past Voyager, and even into the distant future. Now, only one destination remains. Home. The conductor stands quietly beside the window. For a long moment, neither of you speaks. Some silences need no words. He finally smiles. I've always believed, he whispers, that every great journey helps us see home a little differently. Far away, a tiny pale blue point quietly glimmers among the darkness. From this incredible distance, Earth is almost invisible. Just one small world, orbiting one ordinary star, inside one ordinary galaxy, among hundreds of billions of others. Yet every person who has ever laughed, every child who has ever fallen asleep beneath a blanket, every family gathered around a table, every song, every poem, every dream, has lived upon that tiny world. Everything familiar, everything loved, exists inside that delicate blue light. The conductor gently places a hand over his heart. It is amazing, he whispers, how something so small can hold everything. The little star train begins its quiet return. The stars remain patient. They do not rush you. The universe has never hurried. Galaxies slowly turn over hundreds of millions of years. Mountains rise and wear away. Stars are born, grow old, and gently fade, compared with such immense rhythms. A human life is wonderfully brief, and perhaps that is exactly what makes it precious. Every sunrise becomes a gift. Every conversation becomes meaningful. Every quiet evening beneath the stars becomes unforgettable. because it cannot last forever. The conductor opens his notebook one final time. Inside, every page has been filled. The sun, the planets, the moons, the distant frontiers, the future. Then, without writing another word, he slowly closes the cover. Some stories do not need another sentence. They simply remain with us. The little star train glides through the peaceful darkness. You remember Saturn's golden rings, Europa's hidden ocean, the icy geysers of Enceladus, Neptune's quiet blue storms, Pluto's frozen heart, the lonely travelers of the Oort cloud, and Voyager, still carrying humanity's greeting toward the stars. Each destination now feels less like a place and more like an old friend. The universe has become wonderfully familiar, not because it has grown smaller, but because you have gently grown closer to it. The conductor quietly looks toward the distant sun. Curiosity, he whispers, never asks us to leave home forever. It simply invites us to understand home more deeply. Outside the window, the Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a soft river of light. Every star has its own story. Some have planets, some may have oceans, some may even have skies where unknown travelers pause to wonder about distant suns. The universe is far larger than any one journey. There will always be more to discover, more questions to ask, more quiet mysteries waiting beneath the stars. And somehow, that thought feels comforting, not overwhelming, simply beautiful. The little star train begins to fade. Its gentle lights grow softer. The conductor quietly tips his hat. I suppose, he whispers with a smile, our journey ends here. But tomorrow night, the stars will still be above you. The moon will still quietly circle Earth. The planets will continue their patient dance. And somewhere, Voyager will still be traveling. The universe never truly says goodbye. It simply keeps going. The cabin grows wonderfully quiet. Outside, the stars continue shining with patient certainty. The darkness no longer feels empty. It feels peaceful, comforting, like a familiar blanket wrapped gently around the night. Perhaps tomorrow, you'll look up at the sky with different eyes. Perhaps you'll recognize Jupiter, or Saturn, or the pale glow of Mars. Perhaps you'll remember that somewhere beyond what you can see, frozen worlds quietly circle the sun. Ancient comets patiently wait, and tiny spacecraft continue carrying humanity's hopes into the endless galaxy. But for now, there is nothing more to discover, nothing more to remember, nothing more to do. Only breathe slowly. Feel the quiet rhythm of the universe, and allow yourself to drift. Just as every planet drifts around the sun, just as every star drifts through the Milky Way, just as the universe itself moves with calm, gentle, endless grace, the conductor's voice becomes almost a whisper. Good night, he says softly, and thank you for traveling among the stars. The little star train disappears into the peaceful darkness. Above you, the universe continues its quiet song, and beneath the very same stars, you slowly, comfortably, drift into sleep.